Hey guys, it's me Renee, and this is just curious about all these cyber attacks, and so we're going to take a little bit of in-depth look uh, at all of this stuff I have pulled up, and it's quite a bit. So um, I understand if you don't stick with me. um, it is, like I said, probably not everybody's cup of tea, but hey, Matt, and how are you, honey? Anyway, so we're going to start kind of just in the history of cyber attacks. I'm just curious um, that we've been, uh, what do you want to say? On the grid pretty much with computers for a long time now, and not that there probably hasn't been several attempts and everything else to that nature, for many years, um, but it just seems like more so this year than any other time in history that we have had so many cyber attacks, and that it has affected us in such a large fashion. Happy Sunday. And I have actually I pulled up the an article for about the Texas cyber attack. I've pulled up an article of about Baltimore, the one again in New Orleans. I also have just a complete list of every cyber attack that has happened. Um, and I have this article that I'm looking at right now, and it says the history of cyber, the cyber timeline. And it says December 2006, NASA. Um, and again, I do believe I have in the description link, I've got my Wixit site, and all of these articles are listed in the Wixit site. So, I am going to just kind of go through this. And I mean, a couple of these places, I think that I heard somewhere, it's either that or they're just now reporting on it because of the reach people have with the interwebs. Well, I don't know, because basically they were, according to all so far everything that I have found, Mountain, is that they've really only been safeguarding, I guess you could say, or attacked since 2006. That's basically when they started, I guess, monitoring them or recording them. And I would think that that would be something that you would be recording for, you know, if it's been an issue for longer than that. Hey, not me. How are you, honey? Um, so I'm just kind of really, you know, just a little bewildered. I mean, yeah, we might have heard of a couple of cyber attacks, during the Obama era. But it was mainly like on banks and things of that nature. Still both. I hear you, not me. I hear you, sweetie. I hear you. um, but it's like, oh, you always make me laugh. Uh, hey, how are you? I think it says Jennifer. Yeah, Jennifer. How are you, honey? Um, Glad to catch. Oh, you're in Scotland. Oh, wow. Um, I am just kind of just really interested here lately about the cyber attacks that we seem to be kind of, in this past year, really, truly um, under attack. I mean, not to say that there hasn't been other cyber events, but it just seems like it has been more so this year. And you would think with all the technology that we have, these attacks that we're getting at, state and city level, they could be prevented. I mean, obviously, our military in DC are protected, so why would we not protect our state and city level agencies? That just doesn't make sense. Not in my opinion, anyway. Let's see. That's when we started mandatory annual training on the Air Force 2006 human trafficking as well. Good point there, Matten. Aloha, Calamity. How are you, honey? So, I mean, it just kind of, I don't know, since this New Orleans thing, it just really has been bothering me. Given the recent attacks, that we had in Baltimore and in Texas, and you would think that after the situation in Texas and in Baltimore, that these other states and cities would be more prepared, but yet they're still vulnerable. I think everybody would like to go to Scotland. That is one of those cool places, I do believe. Yeah, it is very troubling, and 411. It really, truly is. To me, it is. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. I don't know how it sits with you, but it really has just. I'm not going to say it's stopped me from sleeping, because obviously I don't dwell on this, but when you wake up and you start thinking about cyber attacks, and it consumes part of your day, and you can't really focus on anything else except for you just keep this thought in the back of your head, what really is going on. I mean, because to my knowledge, they've breached banks, they've and they didn't take anything. Like supposedly all the breaches that happened in New Orleans 1 or 2 days ago, yeah, they didn't take anything supposedly there either, but yet there was this breach. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking as well, Anne. I mean, I really truly am. It just, like I said, things are not just, it just isn't adding up for me. You lived in Bury St. Edmunds for a year. Oh, you lived in Scotland for a little while? That's cool. Edinburgh is awesome. I've never been to Edinburgh. I've been to Mexico, and that's the extent of my abroad travels. Cyber attacks are getting very dangerous, taking down important. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. Why all of a sudden is there this ramp up on these cyber attacks? Yeah, I mean, you're hearing more and more about hospitals being attacked. You're hearing more and more about banks being attacked. And we've computerized everything. Yeah. I mean, in the good old days, you actually had folders and files, and it might have been a hassle, but unless somebody broke into the building and broke into the filing cabinet, they weren't going to get your information. I mean, they made they used to have, the, what do you call them? Floppy disk, hard copies, that kind of sort of thing. And you weren't going to get that kind of stuff. Yeah. And it's like, they're just setting us up for this. Yeah. Come to find out, Google employees have had access to medical records. Yeah, and that's it. And then we find out recently that Google now has access to our medical records. Oh, and of course, it's supposed to be a tight lid situation where it's safe, completely safe. But yet we continue to have these incidents where you see how vulnerable we are and why. this here article that it says it's about NATO review. This says 1988, the Morris worm, one of the first recognized worms to affect the world's nascent cyber infrastructure, spread around computers largely in the U.S. The worm was used the weakness in the Unix system, Noun 1, and replicated itself regularly. It slowed down computers to the point of being unusable. The worm was the work of Robert Tappan Morris, who said he was just trying to gauge how big the internet was. He subsequently became the first person to be convicted under the U.S. Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. He now works as a professor at MIT. Imagine that, guys. Yeah, you break the law, you create you create something, and then we get this. We get rewarded. We get jobs at MIT, which, I mean, granted, I guess I would want to have somebody that could create something like that. Teaching the young minds. Who knows? Anyway, so then December 2006 says that NASA was forced to block emails with attachments before shuttle launches out of fear they would be hacked. Business Week reported that the plans for the latest U.S. space launch vehicles were obtained by unknown foreign intruders. And then we have April 2007. Let's see if I can get this to. April 2007 says Estonian government networks were harassed by a denial of service attack by unknown foreign intruders, following the country's spat with Russia over the removal of war memorial. Some government online services were temporarily disrupted and online banking was halted. The attacks were more like cyber riots than crippling attacks, and the Estonians responded well, relaunching some services within hours or at most days. And June 2007 says that the U.S. Secretary of Defense unclassified an email account that was hacked by unknown foreign intruders as part of a larger series of attacks to access and exploit the Pentagon's networks. So apparently, I guess in 2007, there was a situation where the Pentagon, actually, I guess from what I'm reading here, they were hacked. Then we have October of 2007. It says China's Ministry of State Security said that foreign hackers, which it claimed 42%, came from Taiwan and 25% from the U.S., had been stealing information from Chinese key areas. In 2006, when the China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, CASIC, Intranet network was surveyed, spywares were found in the computers of classified departments and corporate leaders. Well, imagine just that. The summer of 2008, the database of both the Republican and the Democratic presidential campaigns were hacked and downloaded by an unknown foreign intruders. Then we have August of 2008, computer networks in Georgia were hacked by unknown foreign intruders around the time that the country was in conflict with Russia. Graffiti appeared on Georgian government websites. There was little or no disruption of services, but the hacks did put political pressure on the Georgian government and appeared to be a coordinate with Russia military actions. January 2009 says that the hackers attacked Israel's internet infrastructure during the January 2009 military offensive in the Gaza Strip. The attack, when focused on the government's website, was executed by at least 5 million computers. Israeli officials believe that the attack was carried out by a criminal organization based in a former Soviet state and paid for the Hamas or Hezbollah. January 2010, a group named the Iranian Cyber Army disputed the service that of the popular Chinese search engine Baidu. Users were redirected to page showing an Iranian political message. The same Iranian Cyber Army had hacked into Twitter the previous December with a similar message. Then you have October 2010, the Stocknot, a complex piece of malware designed to interfere with Siemens industrial control systems, was discovered in Iran, Indonesia, and elsewhere, leading to the speculation that it was a government cyberware weapon aimed at the Iranian nuclear program. January 2011, the Canadian government reported a major cyber attack against its agencies, including Defence Research and Development Canada, a research agency for Canada's Department of National Defence. The attack forced the Finance Department and the Treasury Board, Canada's main economic agencies, to disconnect from the internet. July 2011, in the speech unveiling the Department of Defense cyber strategy, the U.S. Department Secretary of Defense mentioned the defense contract was hacked and 24,000 files from the Department of Defense were stolen. So now I can see somebody wanting to access our defense stuff. I mean, to me, that makes sense. I don't see what another foreign agency cares, what we're doing in our cities or our state level, who's driving, who's got driver's license. I mean, yeah, sure, they might get our personal information, but what is it going to do for them in China or Russia or Iran or Iraq? I mean, or wherever that these events are taking place from. Is it just to make us feel vulnerable, maybe? Like, nothing can be, nothing's sacred, nothing can be protected. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the reasoning is behind all of this. Hi, 63. No, you're not missing anything here. No, this is nothing like Marf. It's very laid back. So you are not missing out on anything. This here, I did headlines, I did the news earlier today, and I did my Bible study. But this here is just, we're just going over some cyber stuff. Probably not really, interesting to some, but it's just something that it's not sitting well with me. And I'm trying to, get into the history of it, the timelines, and just see, why all of a sudden it's like a boom, versus, the stuff that we've seen so far, the things that would normally be attacked. Wonder what the internet is connected to anyways. The World Wide Web was created at CERN. Good point, Anne. Yeah, that is cyber war, and we're in it. Yeah, that's it. Five Eyes system should be monitoring, but nope. Yeah. Hi, Thomas. How are you, hon? Yeah, maybe exactly. And who knows who they're going to blame for this? I mean, it's kind of crazy, I don't know. I mean, but it just, what's next? And I don't, City Prepper, let me tell you. He gave me food for thought. I am not one of those people to watch prepping videos. I'm going to tell you, I was a Girl Scout, ROTC. My family is very military sound, and we know how to prep. So I'm not one to really. I mean, I love watching the prepping ones when they're not actually talking about prepping. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it's kind of like, we've already got our plan. So I don't know. So I'm not really into all these prepping things, but there was a video that caught my attention, and it was by City Prepper, I think, is who put the video out. And he's a very left-leaning, so be cautious if you are. Nothing really. We're just talking, Colleen. We're just talking about the cyber attacks, and kind of, and just trying to figure out what the heck is really going on with all of this mess. Okay, Matt, and you have a blessed night, hon. Yeah, the cyber attacks. We've had quite. Hey, Deb, we've had quite a few. Yep, and there's so much that you can get at the Dollar Tree that it's not even funny. If people really want to, if you got to be, economically conscious, smart, Dollar Tree has a lot of stuff that you can get for $1. And if you look at Walmart's, talking about prepping, look at this. Got me pivoted here, just a little bit. But even if you go to Walmart, which I don't like to go to Walmart, but if you go to Walmart and you look, they also have, I don't know what kind of brand it is, because it's not the Walmart Equate brand, but they have like a very low budget. It's like 88 cents, and it's been 88 cents no matter where I go. It was 88 cents in Alabama, 88 cents in Tennessee, 88 cents in Indiana, 88 cents in Missouri, and those are in 88 cents in Texas. So those are 5 places, 5 different states that I know I've been, that I've actually bought the 88 cent stuff at. It's really economical. So you can prep for, and save $1 or $2. It doesn't have to be the top brand of the line, just to get you, something going with the, $5-10 here or there. But I wanted to point out that City Prepper, the video, I wish I would have saved the name of the video, but I didn't. But he was given 5 reasons why they would declare martial law. And if you have been paying attention to any of the videos that I've been putting out, I did one, what was 88 cents? They have a number of things for 88 cents, like Tylenol, Benadryl, not Benadryl, but a generic Benadryl, a generic cold medicine. They have all kinds of stuff for 88 cents. All kinds of first aid things for 88 cents. And glow sticks are awesome to have as well. They are. And anyway, so now that you got me talking about prepping, goodness sakes, and I am not one of those ones that like to talk about that stuff, but I do know where to get good deals, because like I said, we've got our stuff ready for emergencies and stuff like that. But anyway, the video that he did, he got me to thinking, along with all of the talk about the UN. I hear you. I know, and I really do believe me. I'm not a fond of Walmart. Walmart has left a bad taste in my mouth, but I am one of those people that when you're trying to, I have 6 grandbabies, and so that we have custody of, and so when you're trying to make your dollar stretch, you got to go where you can get the deals, and that I will tell you that you don't get a whole lot in those little boxes, but you put it up, and you can save it, for emergencies, of course. Anyway, so the gentleman on City Prepper was talking about 5 things that will make them enact martial law. And guess which one of the 5 things are? A cyber threat. So Now, I'm not saying that that is going to be what 88 cents. What is the significance of 88? I'm not a numerologist, so I could not tell you what the significance of 88 cents is. But if you know, please share. I am curious. Hi, Mark. You can't. Oh, sweetheart. I am so sorry. I will definitely send you some prayers, sweetheart. Yeah. And giving all the talk that, everyone says that there's, the UN is, I think I've heard, they've spotted them in Colorado, Minnesota, Washington. I've heard rumors now. To prove any of it, I haven't been able to, except for I have proven, I believe, that they were in Minnesota. We know they were recently in Utah, but it was for a meeting. Now, whether or not they're still there, I don't know. But but anyway, so it kind of just, and given, I think it's what bill was it? HR 1111. Let me pull it up real quick, make sure. I think it's HR 1111. Yeah, with HR 1111, it's all about the UN, the resolution, and the HR 1111. It's all about being peace and the UN, and basically allowing the UN to, they basically want to give us to the UN, period. And this is, number 11 says, peaceably building is defined by the United Nations as a range of measures targeted to reduce the risk of lapsing or relapsing into conflict by strengthening national capacities at levels of and it just goes on and on and on. So anyway, with that bill, and then all of a sudden we start, and guess what? We have 18. And now you've got me looking at the. I should be okay. Yeah. Am I back? Mm-hmm. Can you see me? I don't look like I'm frozen now. Now you are. blessed in a bed. Okay. So anyway, so as I was saying, all of this stuff, okay, good in Wisconsin. Yay, thumbs up. So I'm just trying to put everything together, but it's just kind of, I don't know. When you get bills like the HR 1111 that I believe have passed the House, or it's been introduced. I can't remember on this one, to tell you the truth, guys. I'd have to go back and look at the .gov. I know it's been introduced, but this is the resolution for peace building. And so I just feel like they really are pushing, and all this about this cyber stuff here lately. Once in a while buffering. Yeah, I guess they don't like what I'm saying. Especially when I start talking about the HR bill. I mean, damn. I mean, it's facts. It's on the internet. Get a great game. It's facts. HR 1111. I mean, it is just insane. But Cyber Prepper, he might be on something. There's 5 things that can cause martial law: economic crisis, cyber threat, an EMP attack, civil unrest, and natural disasters. And he says those are the 5 things that will have them declare martial law. Yeah, you gotta just rub that game in my face. I know, Deb. Yeah. Bears, Bears, Bears. You know, Bears is my team, my second team anyway. Yeah, I know. Well, that was on his list, was an EMP attack. And I don't, I mean, maybe if it was a partial EMP where only part of the grid was affected, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's a good one in itself. But there was a story I read the other day, or a video I saw. Israeli News, I think, is the gentleman that put it out, and he was talking about a friend of his getting payment. And I think I did a video because I showed in the video how they actually have they're still right now they have enlist where they're accepting people to work for public transit for them. The FEMA is. Zombie drill was on the CDC website for so long, and how Walking Dead stars and all. I hear you. Yeah, can you imagine? Exactly. And that's exactly it. Mm-hmm. Have you heard about the New Zealand connectivity issue? They're saying hating trading and stock exchange till tomorrow. They're saying they're not going to have trading and stock exchange, or okay, Deb. Halting. No, I did not see that, Eric. Let me see. Let me pull up a thing. I did not see that. And New Zealand. That's some breaking news there. Thank you, Eric. Let's see. It says Bloomberg an hour ago. New Zealand Stock Exchange halts most trading until Tuesday. Derivatives trading may resume later Monday, but all trading was impacted by unspecified connectivity fault. Huh. Let's see if I can get this to. New Zealand Stocks Exchange operator NZX halted all trading and said most platforms won't resume until Tuesday, open after traders experienced connectivity issues following today's network connectivity issues in consultation with cash marketing trade participants. That NZX has determined not to reopen the cash markets for trading today, the company said Monday afternoon in Wellington. The cash markets will open to normal trading timetable tomorrow. It says that the NXE halted trading on its main board and debit markets at about 4:10 p.m. local time, 50 minutes before the scheduled close, citing connectivity issues. It said its vendors had identified the root cause of the problem, but didn't give any further details. NZX derivatives market was also shut, but may reopen later Monday. That's interesting. And, well, they're not saying they were hacked. It wasn't a cyber attack as of yet, but who knows? Good night, 63. Um, it is something to do with the point of energy. One of the point Nikola Tesla talks about. I will have to find a vid so you can see. Okay, that sounds awesome. And hopefully Cascadia will keep them waiting. That's it. Hey, how are you? Oh, good to see you. Scan. Talking cybersecurity here is what we're talking about. And just I saw a video, a couple of videos, and then you add all this stuff together, and who knows if it connects or not, but it just is, I don't know, a little strange, a little troublesome. Like I said, the video that I watched, it says that one of the reasons why you could have martial law was because of a cyber threat. Then, given the fact that New Orleans did declare a state of emergency, you know, I don't know. We were talking about the history, though, and I was given a little bit of a history into each year, basically what the highlights. We were up to October 2012. Let's see. And is where we were reading from. And this was just a little bit of history of the highlights of things that they say happened in these years. And we haven't even gotten to 2019. And I'm just a little dumbfounded because of all the activity that we've had cyber-wise on just this year. Where, I mean, obviously they've had the capability for a long time, and it just doesn't make sense. He wants to send the National Guard in to get, yeah. And I did a video that because you have to really watch what you say over here. And sometimes I tend to get a little excited, especially when it comes to when it comes to our constitutional rights. So I did a video for Brighton and for Joshua TV, and you can see that video. It is, I believe it's in the description box. It'll say Brighton, and it talks about, I actually read the bills that that Virginia governor is wanting to enforce. And I did read that earlier today in the headlines. If you guys didn't see it, I just didn't pull in all the stories like I did in the little short video that I did. I think it's like a 20-30 minute video, something like that. Yeah. And yeah, and that's the times in which we're in. And I mean, you've got cyber attacks going on. You've got them wanting to cut electricity in California all the time. They're cutting electricity, talking about cutting electricity in Virginia. I mean, yeah, that's crazy, blessed. Hi, yeah, I'm live, sweetheart. We're talking about, we're talking a little bit about everything tonight. We've kind of covered a whole bunch of stuff. I'm really talking right now about cyber attack, though. Kind of trying to just, I don't know, connect dots here, Gloria. We've been discussing a lot of possibilities. I've kind of grafted in a couple of the videos that I've recently seen, and actually some that I've done in the past to help try to make sense of all of this. I mean, so far, what I'm reading, there's not been any talk of, city and state wide city or state level attacks, and we're up to 2012, but yet 2019 we've had 3 that I can think of just right off the top of my head: New Orleans, Baltimore, and Texas. And I have those articles pulled up as well, and I think that at this rate, what are we in for next year? You know, is it going to get worse? It just doesn't make sense. Is this let's see, is this being used to instill fear? Is this being used to are they trying to steal all of our information? Like, what are they going to do with our information? You know, I know crooks want your social security numbers and stuff like that so that they can get accounts in your name and things of that nature. But is that what this was all about in New Orleans? Is that what, is going on in Baltimore? Is that what's been happening in Texas? I don't know. Okay, so then I had to swallow my ice real quick, guys. Okay, so then we have the Russian firm Kaspersky discovered a whole worldwide cyber attack dubbed the Red October that had been operating since at least 2007. Hackers gathered information through vulnerabilities in Microsoft Word and Excel programs. The primary targets of the attacks appear to be countries in Western Europe, the former USSR, and Central Asia, although Western Europe and North America reported victims as well. The virus collected information from government embassies, research firms, military installations, energy providers, nuclear and other critical infrastructures, South Korean financial institutions, as well as the Korean broadcast. And this was March 2013. Sorry, guys. I get ahead of myself. March 2013. That was October 2012. Now we go into March 2013. Then you have South Korean financial institutions, as well as the Korean broadcast, the YTN, and their networks infected in an incident said to resemble past cyber efforts by North Korea. So you don't really have anybody attacking financial institutions until we get into 2013 so far. And then June of 2013, in their very first ever meeting dedicated to cyber defense on Tuesday, June 4th, NATO defense ministers agreed that the alliance cyber defense capabilities should be fully operational by the autumn, extending protection to all the networks owned and operated by the alliance. So they're saying June of 2013, it was supposed to be fully protected. So what happened? Why are we not fully protected? Is the United States not part of NATO anymore? Let's see what we got going on over here, guys. Right? Right. Exactly, Anne. Get close, friend of mine. Exactly. Yeah, because that would be where you'd want to hack. You'd want to get into the banks. If you are a hacker, why are you not hacking into the banks and stealing the money? Or stealing whatever you can get? Why are we hacking hospitals? Why are we hacking DMVs? Why are, things of that nature? China is behind fentanyl in. Well, I believe that gun's water. And that's what you're going to say. And I would agree with you, Gloria. We haven't. I, it doesn't make sense. Are you consumed with money that much that you would throw away your children's futures your grandchildren's futures for $1? I mean, because that's what they're doing. How to get these? They just keep building bigger mousetraps. Yeah, that's true too. Well, I agree with you. I know that the other day I played a video, and I know everybody harbors being, they react to being scared differently, but on that one video, listening to those soldiers, it just didn't. They were laughing about being bombed right outside. I mean, they're videotaping it, and you could hear them laughing. Look how close that got. Like, it was cool stuff. Like, are we, I would be pooping in my pants, freaking out. They must not be audio. Yeah, and exactly. Well, I mean, Marv has covered that pretty good on the facial recognition. Um, and of course, they have been trying to go cashless for a long time. I mean, there's been places that give you a certain amount, like Walmart is one of those places. Their gas, the little gas stores or whatever, Murphy's. If you use a card, you'll get 3 cents off at the pump. You have to, put it on a Walmart gift card or use, I think it's a Walmart gift card or whatever. But yeah, they're trying to go cashless on everything and give you all these little incentives for using credit or prepaid cards or whatever. It's their life. They're used to it. And I'm sure they are. But it just, I don't know. It just was a little strange. Let me tell you. It really, truly was, Jana. I'm sure that it is, but it just was kind of, I'm like, I don't know. And I guess if you see it happening all the time and you're over there, it probably would be, but I just don't think I could ever get, that I would ever be that used to it that I would be laughing about it. And y'all were just laughing, really, Mark? Wow. Is that like a nervous mechanism that you got? I mean, because I just can't imagine. I mean, wow. That's crazy to hear that. I mean, because I wouldn't think that. I would think that people would be, I don't know, I'd be crying. I mean, probably. I don't know. I mean, I've never been shot at with missiles, so I can't really truly say. But I don't think I would be laughing. I just don't know. And companies do not have good techies. Utah Medicaid system got hacked simply because they failed to do a security update. Oh, wow. Did they do anything with it, Gloria? I mean, was it, did you notice a new account being opened? Did you have to go have your number frozen and get a new one? Or just curious. It's kind of, we look at each other, think how crazy it is. I got you, Mark. I got you. I hear you. Yep. Soldier for Christ right here, hon. Yeah, I couldn't. Obviously, I was not meant for the front line, that's for sure. Not for that front line. I'll be here praying for the men on the front line, though. That is definitely, for sure. So here we read about NATO and how they were supposed to step up their game. October 2013, it says that the upgrade that NATO computer indicated response upgrade project, 58 million euro enhancement. In the track of their completion by the end of 2013 in October, the capability milestone will help NATO to better protect its networks, increasing number of cyber attacks against the alliance's information systems. And obviously it didn't work. I mean, not if you still have all of these these people being continuously being attacked. You know, it doesn't make sense. It tells it, and then it has all these little things you can click on. Cyber war, does it exist? Well, obviously, it does. We don't have to. Cybersecurity infographic, cyber attacks. How can they hurt us? Um, let's see. What will they tell us? How they can hurt us? Hi, Josh. How are you? Um, da 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 da. And it's a video. Let's see. It's a 5-minute video. We're not going to watch no 5-minute video. As much as I want to bring you this information, we're not going to watch a 5-minute video. Sorry, guys. Just I'm not. Okay. So I'm going to bring up the first article that I have about New Orleans, okay? And it says that the city of New Orleans has suffered a cybersecurity attack serious enough for Mayor LaToya Cantrell to declare a state of emergency. The attack started at 5 a.m. Central Standard Time on Friday, December 13, according to the City of New Orleans Emergency Preparedness Campaign, NOLA, Ready, managed by the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, NOLA Ready, tweeted that the suspicious activity was detected on the city's network. And as investigators progressed, activity indicated a cybersecurity incident was detected around 11 a.m. As a precautionary measure, the NOLA tweet confirmed the city's IT department gave the order for all employees to power down computers and disconnect from Wi-Fi. All city servers were also powered down, and employees were told to unplug any of their devices. The state of emergency declared by City New Orleans during a press conference, Mayor Cantrell confirmed that this was a ransomware attack. A declaration of a state emergency was filed with the civil district court in connection with the incident. NOLA Ready said that the emergency communication had not been affected, although the real-time crime center had been powered down. Public safety cameras were still recording, and incident footage would be available if needed. The police and the fire departments continued to operate as usual, and the ability to respond to 911 calls was not impacted. Information still scarce, while both of the investigations involving both state and federal agencies and the recovery process continue. It's not known what ransom malware was used during the attack, and Mayor Cantrell has said that no ransom demand has been made at this point in time. On October 2nd, the FBI issued a high-impact cyber attack warning in response to attacks on the state and local government targets. This warned that the healthcare organizations, industrial companies, and the transportation sector was also being targeted. Meanwhile, the attacks against government targets continue. And so they're saying that it was continuing there. Then we drop on down here and it says ransomware attacks against the government targets. The ransom attack that has hit New Orleans follows another target at the state of Louisiana in November. So they also had one in November. It said Louisiana school district computers were also taken offline and the state of emergency declared in response to ransomware attack in July. It isn't yet known if the two were connected. However, in August 23rd, the government agencies were taken offline by cyber attack on the state of Texas, which suggests the U.S. municipalities are firmly in the crosshairs of ransomware threat actors. Colin Pastable, CEO of Security Awareness Training Company, Lucy Security, said the state of the local government is woefully vulnerable to phishing-led hacking, primarily because the CISOs focus on technological defenses when they should also be patching their colleagues with regular simulated ransomware attacks and security awareness training. The problem with ransomware attacks is that we are not always immediately apparent, Pastable said the attack can be undetected for relatively a long time before being triggered. The New Orleans attack could well have been initiated in a parallel with the recent Louisiana attack, according to Bustable. Anyway, isn't that just interesting, guys? Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. And then this here article that I've got here, it says the biggest rewind, the biggest cyber incidents we saw in 2019. And this here article, I don't believe even has what just happened in it, but it says let's see, the leaky Elasticsearch server. Security researchers discovered an open Elasticsearch server that contained unique data records of around 1.2 billion users, according to security analyst Bob DeGenko and Vinny Trio. The server held more than 4 terabytes of data without password protection or authentication. The exposed data included names, emails, addresses, phone numbers, LinkedIn, and Facebook profile information. It was believed that the exposed data appeared to have originated from 2 different data enrichment companies, People Data Labs, the PDL, and the Oxy Data. I don't know. It says the data discovered on the open Elasticsearch server was almost a complete match to the data being returned by the People Data Labs API. The only difference being the data returned by the PDL also contained education histories. There was no education information in any of the data downloaded from the server. Everything else was the same, including accounts and multiple email addresses and multiple phone numbers, the researchers said in a statement. And then there was the Just Dial data breach, a security flaw in the Just Dial systems. An Indian-based local search service provided left around 156 million of its users vulnerable. However, the company managed to patch the bug after security researchers Eraz Hamid flagged the issue, the researcher explained in a video. Then we have the Capital One data breach. Capital One Financial Corporation, a bank holding company, disclosed a data breach in July, which affected approximately 100 million individuals. 100 million individuals were affected by the Capital One thing, and nearly 6 million in Canada. That is quite a bit of people that should have been affected by that. Me, myself, I don't have a Capital One, so it did not affect me, but it would be rather disturbing, and I do feel and sympathize with people that it did affect, if it affected them in any way whatsoever. The compromised information includes names, address, phone numbers, and dates of birth, along with 140,000 social security numbers, 80,000 bank account numbers, credit scores, and transaction data. Well, they can have my bank account information. They're not going to get nothing. But if they want to pay my bills, they can have all that info too. But on a serious note, there's a lot of people that have quite a bit of money wrapped up into these banks. And this is another reason why I know so many people don't trust banks. And here we just read an article earlier about how people are hiding their money, hiding their gold. Well, you can see, why would you not? I mean, come on. It would do you better to hide it in your backyard in the ground and let it deteriorate than let someone steal it out of the bank from you. You know? Obviously, they can't protect you. Although that they will replace it, I'm sure, because of the FDIC, but where it's not going to get replaced if it comes up eaten or deteriorates in your backyard. They're going to barter gold nuggets. Yeah. Well, I mean, why do they want to know where where all the gold is? I mean, that's my thing. If you have gold and you have it stashed somewhere, it's not nobody's business. Just saying. Then there was the Facebook data leak. We all remember about that. It said it got The database contained more than 419 million of records, Facebook users, the globe, including 133 million records of U.S. users, 18 million records of UK users, and more than 50 million records of Vietnamese users. The records contain unique Facebook IDs and the phone numbers linked to their accounts. That would be a pretty interesting one to break into, Facebook. It said that in April, the researchers also discovered a massive trove of Facebook user accounts information being exposed on Amazon cloud servers. So everybody that uses the cloud, thinking that they're protected, maybe you're not so protected up there on that cloud like you think you are. You just really have to be careful where you're putting your information, and I don't know. I have a cloud for Apple, but I never use it. Does that make any sense? I mean, you set it up when you get your phone and everything else, but I've never backed anything up on it. I don't know why. I can't tell you. Maybe it's an inner instinct telling me not to put my information there. I don't know. Outside of a couple of passwords, I think that's about all it has. Let's see what we got going on. There's a run on the banks, the FDIC. I can imagine that, Deb. For safety's sake, everyone should put a freeze on their credit bureaus. I agree with you there, Gloria. That is definitely a good, awesome suggestion there. I think of it as a psychological learning lesson when they get their information. They can tell a lot about a person just in Facebook. I have a dog and I ate my mac and cheese last night. Yeah. Well, a lot of people put so much information. I mean, I'm guilty. I put a lot of info out there. I've gotten better though, especially, since I've been watching Marv and all these other people, talking about what you're putting out there. I have slowed down. I don't put as much out there. I'll share a video or things of that nature. I'm not putting where I'm at and all this and that anymore on there. That's for sure. But of course, I know that they know where you're at. They track your every move through your devices. So why not put it out there? What tweet are we talking about, Arizona guy? I've seen a couple of tweets. I haven't seen anything in the last hour. Yeah, lots of crazy people. I would definitely, it probably wouldn't hurt. I mean, you're supposed to do a yearly one, so that you can keep up with that. My credit report, I have to literally mail for it because I don't know if I did it or somebody else did it, but my stuff's been hacked, I guess you could say, because it's froze. So you have to send in a stupid thing. We got a notification that our information was compromised. So we have a credit reporting agency notifying us if anyone is opening. Wow, scan. That would be, that would be scary. I wouldn't want anyone opening anything in my name, for sure. Oh, are you going to bed, Deb? All right, girlie. We'll see you later, girl. Reporters looking at Republicans' papers on break. I saw that. That was crazy. Taking pictures like they were going to get something. I assure you that if they cared about it, it wouldn't be laying out in the open. People are crazy. Then there was what they called the Canva hack. And the Canva hack was an Australian online design tool that revealed the hackers breached its network system and stole data of 140 million users in May of 2019. But see, all of these hacks, though, most of them are in 2019 that pertain to the individuals, the DoorDash hack. Here, another one. San Francisco-based food delivery service faced a massive data breach that affected around 4.9 million people, its customers, delivery workers, merchants. This stuff is just crazy. There was an Ecuador breach data breach, and it says that in this one it says that it included the country's president and WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who was granted asylum by Ecuador in 2012. They said that they discovered the breach on a Miami-based Elasticsearch server owned by the Ecuadorian company Novastrat. It exposed data appears to have come from various sources, including the Ecuadorian National Bank, the Ecuadorian government registries, and automotive association called AIDED. The exposed information includes names, date of birth, contact information, national identification numbers, bank account details, taxpayer identification numbers, and driving records. And I guess that's their taxpayer identification numbers would be equivalent to our social security numbers. And that's from Ecuador. There's been so many breaches this year, it's just not even funny. And then, of course, the last one that they mention on this article is the Instagram data breach that just happened not long ago. And it said it affected 49 million records were exposed. There's not anything safe anymore, guys. Instagram, Facebook. Your husband's job notified us that several of them had been compromised, and it's crazy. Now I will tell you that my baby, he's not a baby, but my youngest son is 29, and when he turned 18. He went to work for the summer for my husband in construction. And he went to go get, and this is how we found out. He went to go get a TWIC card because, and it's so that you can get into some of the oil refineries that connect to waterways that connect, because you have to have government clearance. And if anyone doesn't know what a TWIC card is. Anyway, so my son went to fill out this thing, and he was denied it at first. And they said that he already had one. And he was like, no, I don't already have one. And this is my first job. He just turned 18. And they looked at it, and then I had to go get a letter from the Social Security office to state when his Social Security card was actually issued, because the person that had this TWIC card had this TWIC card for a little time, and it was well before the birthday or the date that so I don't know if they recycled his Social Security number or whatever, because and if that's possible, I don't know, but it was a big mix-up, and we finally got it ironed out. But you had to go get the day that he received that Social Security number to get it cleaned up. But again, this person didn't have the best of credit, so it even affected his credit. And they would have to go, and he had to tell him, "Look, you can't look at that because that's not me. This is what you have to look at," and he would have to show people what he was talking about, because it didn't make any sense. But it was all about the day that it was issued or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. You're talking about the straw man, aren't you, Anne? Extremely knowledgeable about a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, what is those? The trust, oh, mercy. I'm trying to think of what they're called. But I know what you're talking about, Anne. Terrorists and illegal aliens use stolen Social Security numbers. I bet they do. It's crazy. The next thing I have is called the incident timeline. And again, this here is another incident thing report. This one tells you that in November 2019 that 1.34 billion records breached. It was a big month for data breaches this month, with confirmed. The number is astronomical, okay? But it's 1 billion and 34. to round it off. And it says being exposed in 87 incidences. So there was 87 different incidences. It says, however, almost all of those came from the leaked database they originate, of which is unclear. And that report comes from The Verge, it says. Then they have 2/12, which is February. There was thieves that took 49 million in Ethereum. It suggests that the exchanges may need to do more to lock down transfers to prevent large-scale theft like this. I didn't know that Ethereum was from the crypto exchange. I didn't know you could steal. I thought that crypto was one of those things that you could not steal, but apparently I guess you can, or at least the Ethereum you can. They had the 7Pay, the 7-Eleven shutdown its payment app after hackers stole $500,000 from users, and that was on 7/7/2019. That's pretty weird. Then we have a major breach found in biometrics system used by banks and UK police and defense firms. And this was in May of this year. Almost 100,000 Australians' private details exposed in attack at Westpac's Pay ID. So here is a Pay ID system that was actually attacked in Australia in May of this year. Experts say that the access to these details fraud could be committed on a mass scale. Then in, let's see, June, the Chilean of this year, the Chilean banks hit by a red bank cyber attack. And it says that the Red Bank confirmed that they suffered a new cyber attack that affects 41,593 credit and debit cards from 13 banking and non-banking institutions. And I would say probably the non-banking institutions are going to be like, I don't know, prepaid cards maybe? I don't know what a non-banking institution would be. I have no clue. There is no way I would get Bitcoin or crypto, no power hacked impersonate. I know, I mean, and according to what I heard, that was the whole point behind that, is because it was so safe, and that's why you want to do it on the internet, because it was such a safe way to receive and keep and build and all this and that, but obviously it's not. No, they're not fooling anyone. You're exactly right, Ann. They are not. It's invisible money. Yeah, most definitely. Then the BBC says that the Gotham cybercrime gang, which stole millions, were busted. And that was in May of this year. It says what is known as a crime as a service has been growing feature in recent years, allowing organized crime gangs to switch from their traditional haunts of drugs to much more lucrative cybercrime. And let's see, probably gonna have to I'm right here. I had to go get my cord. Okay, guys, we're moving you just a second. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, had to move you because I had to plug in the phone so it doesn't die. Anyway, so, and I still have quite a few articles here. So, they kidnapped computer savvy people and had put them to work by hacking. I believe that. I truly believe that. I mean, anybody that has any skills, it seems like Um, like, I did just read an article, Gloria. I think you missed it, about the guy in the very beginning that had hacked back in night. Or no, he didn't hack. He created the very first worm, and he works for MTI now, or MIT. He works for MIT. He's a teacher now. Go figure. You know, you commit crimes, but yet you get rewarded by being a teacher for one of the most influential schools in the world, um, as far as, you know, technical schools anyway. Crazy stuff. Goznem cybercrime gang, anyway, it says that they were allowing the organized crime gangs to switch from the traditional haunts of drugs to much more lucrative cybercrime. BBC News reported that. Then there was in May also. May was a busy year, it seems like, there's for this year. It says the losses from bank transfer scams spiraling out of control, around 354 million, and this is the one that has the funny L with the line through it. I don't know what kind of money that is. I'm not quite sure if that's is that your money, Mark? With the it's like a fancy L with a line in it. I'm not sure. Anyway, it says well, that's true too, Mark. And they do, yes, that's what it looks like. So is what kind of money is that? That's exactly what it looks like. Anyway, they stole 354 million of the of those. Last year alone, it says most of it was stolen from a personal accounts. It's the euro. Oh, hold on. Euros maybe. The euro is that. It's a lire. Okay. It's a lire, sweet Jenna. Okay. I'm not, like I said, I'm not at all familiar with foreign currency by no means. But that's, I mean, I would say that's quite a bit. No matter, I don't know what it would be in American dollars, but I would say that's quite a bit. Then we have the top Wall Street CEOs keep saying their fear is a cyber attack that'll take down the financial system. And this was written, this article was back in April of this year, April 30th, 2019. And ironically, did we not just see New Zealand? We just saw where New Zealand had to close early because of connectivity problems. Now, not saying that they had a cyber attack, but it hasn't been ruled out. Connectivity issues, you know, I mean, I guess it could be anything. Overloading overloading the British pound is. Okay, so that is the British pound. Okay. All right, pretty cool. It's the British pound. Yes, we did. We learned something new. Exactly. Because I had no clue. To be honest, I really truly didn't. I think that's cool though. I don't know what a lire is either. I never heard of that, but I don't, like I said, I don't know foreign currency. I know what a peso is, and I know what it looks like, but that's because I've been to Mexico. Yeah, and with all the power outages across America, exactly, and it just continues. And who's to say that, you know, those weren't cyber? They're not telling us that it was a hit by a cyber, or I haven't came across that article yet. We'll say that, but I'm sure. Um, then we have Amazon hit by an extensive fraud. It says this was in August of this year. Filings have revealed that Amazon suffered a fraud attack with hackers stealing funds for over 6 months in 2018. The extensive fraud involved hackers breaking into roughly 100 merchant accounts and siphoning cash from loans or sales into their own accounts. Daily Mail reported that. Um, It says, and this one here is in March. It says of 15th of 2019. And it's from Wired. It says how hijackers pulled off a 20 million Mexican bank heist. 20 million. It says a smaller series of attacks allowed hackers to siphon off 300 to 400 million pesos, or what are roughly 15 to 20 million from Mexican banks. And here's how they did it. And there's an article you can go click on. But now that's what you would be doing if you were like a typical hacker. It's all about the Benjamins, right? Or pesos, or whatever. But it's you would think that it's more about getting rich, more so than info or intel on somebody. I don't know. Anyway, so then we go to February of this year, and there was the Bank of Valletta. I don't know where the Bank of Valletta is, but maybe we'll find out. It goes dark. It says a Bank of Valletta shut down all its operations on Wednesday morning. All of the bank function branches, ATMs, mobile banking, and even small email services were suspended, and its website was taken offline. Times of Malta. So I guess this is from Malta. Metro Bank hit by a cyber attack used to empty customers' accounts. Oh, this would be very, very upsetting. It says Metro Bank has become the first major bank to be named as a victim of a new type of cyber attack targeting the codes sent via text messages to customers to verify transactions. The Telegraph put that article out. And that happened January 2nd, 2019. I would be floored if somebody stole all my money. I mean, that just would be horrible. It says Tesco Bank filed, and now this is getting into 2018, guys. It says Tesco Bank fined 16.4 million pounds over a cyber attack. I don't know where Tesco must be a bank in your neck of the woods, Mark. It says over their cyber attack, they were fined. It says the FCA found flaws that had left account holders vulnerable, and the bank response was too little, too late. So they're and that comes from Sky News. And then Pakistan says that the Balkanovs lost 6 million within 23 minutes in a cyber attack. And again, this is another bank. I can see them doing banks. Here's another financial attack. This one was in September of 2018. And another bank one in Cosmos. It lost 13.5 million cyber, guys. I mean, this is just, there's another one that was a billion mastermind bank robbery, but it doesn't tell you where it's from. And then there's one from City Union Bank that says they suffered a cyber hack via a SWIFT system, but it doesn't say anybody. That one happened. The one that took the 1 billion cyber bank was in Spain. And that's, but you can see most of these incidences have been banks and financial institutions on across a larger scope of things. But it hasn't, they hadn't really, individual cities like they have here recently with the, which is kind of just got me a little bewildered. And we're not going to do that one. But there is a website here that I have. I'm going to read about Baltimore and what it's cost Baltimore. Okay. Or at least this one article that came out in August. And if you guys will remember, I believe Baltimore's issues started back in May as well. Let's see what we got going on here. Homeground found out the outage map wasn't always right last night. Yeah, I know. I saw that video, which that's rather interesting. I saw a show where a team is being hired by power stations to check their vulnerability. Well, they probably need to do that for sure, Gloria. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, and they downgrade the earthquakes, you know? I mean, which is the most craziest thing. I just don't understand why you would downgrade the earthquake. Um, and there's been so many of them. But, you know, you couldn't find anything cavalier. Tesco is like Walmart. Okay. All right. I was just curious what Tesco was. But I knew it was over in your neck of the woods because of the money symbol and everything that it had up there. But they got into the banking. Oh no, it's already snowing at Papa Larry's. Wow. It's not snowing here. It's supposed to, though. We had a little rain earlier. Um, they had the helicopters in downtown LA. How long ago was that, Ann? I'm not quite sure. They were doing pickup drills. I hear you, sweet Jenna. No one worries about it, honey. When power is down, safes are vulnerable. Video surveillance goes down. Offices can be walked right into. Files be removed. That's it. And yeah, and that is true, Gloria. Mm-hmm. That's true, blessed. There are volcanoes erupting and everything else around the Ring of Fire. Um, I think someone said last night on Mark that Mount Rainier is actually gotten pretty active as well. Okay, I'm curious what you say, what you come up with, Anne. Okay, so anyway, according to the Baltimore Sun, this article comes from, Baltimore transfers $6 million to pay for ransomware attack. City considers this an insurance against hacks. Well, I hope if you pay somebody $6 million for ransomware, I sure hope that that pays for something. Um, it says Baltimore officials on Wednesday voted to transfer $6 million from a fund for parks and public facilities to help pay for the devastating impact of May ransomware attack on the city. And this, and again, like I said, this happened back in May, and I don't remember if you guys all remember that, but you know, it affected them for a good minute. It says the funds will pay for cyber attack remediation and hardening of the environment, according to the city's spending panel, the board of estimates, which is controlled by Mayor Bernard C. Jack Young. The $6 million for the information technology comes from a $65 million fund for recreation parks and public facilities that allows the use for critical information technology and infrastructure. A city spokesperson said the money was planned to be used for IT expenses. Oh well, they planned on using it for IT expenses, so let's just do it. Pour that $6 million in there. But now I don't get why city parks have uh, high tech. You know, we're talking parks, right? I don't know. Anyway, it says the spending panel deferred voting Wednesday on the $835,000 contracting proposal to provide the $20 million in cyber liability coverage. Oh my goodness sakes, we have a cyber liability coverage now, guys. So, is this going to be another one of those big money schemes where we're all of a sudden attacked and all of this stuff have been affected? And so now we've got all these insurance companies that are going to go bankrupt because they have to pay out all these liability coverages. That's crazy, guys. It's all about the Benjamins. Follow the money trail. Follow the money trail. That's a lot of money, guys. And I did not. Had you ever heard of cyber liability coverage? Just like global warming. Yeah, exactly. And if I were you, I would be moving. If it was possible. Never ever moving. You're not moving, never ever. You're going to stay and go down with Cascadia. But and then it says that Baltimore estimates the cost of ransom attack at 18.2 million as government begins to restore email accounts. And this is in August, of course, and they're still working on getting all of the email restored. So that should tell you that once you're opened up to this exposure, it's not just a quick fix. It's not like turning on the light. It takes a while to get the systems back up and running. It is crazy, guys. The insurance companies will not pay. They will find a reason where customers failed. Exactly, Gloria. Exactly. I'm just thinking maybe this is something that we all need to invest in. Or maybe we need to own the cyber liability coverage. I mean, come on now. Something, because they're never going to pay. It's going to be, oh, it was your fault because you didn't follow this. You didn't do this. Oh, you should have logged out over here. You didn't check this box. It wasn't that box. It was this. Yeah, I can see it all. Exactly, Gloria. Could be a good time to buy more beans, rice, and peanut butter. And that is a very good point, Amos. It is a very good point. And it could be a good time to go buy some more. Yep, indeed. It says, under the terms of the proposed contract, which was competitively bid for the first 10 million, and the city's coverage will be provided by the Chubb, and it says Chubb insurance at a cost of about $500,000. The second 10 million in coverage will be provided by the AXA insurance at a cost of $335,000. So if you pay $335,000, you're going to get $10 million in coverage. So you have to pay that $335,000 to be considered covered for $10 million. That's crazy, guys. And you have to pay the $500,000 on the other one to get the other $10 million. So how is this? I mean, people are losing money big time if they have this cyber insurance. Just saying. Yep, you're checking more. Exactly. I'm sorry. The red pen's my favorite pen. Right? And that's how they do it sometimes too. Or they'll say, it should have been all in number 2 pencil or black ink or, whatever. They find a way to get out of pain all the time. And sometimes you have to, take them to court. Yeah, employee XXX forgot to lock their screensaver on. Yeah, at 5. Exactly. Right? And that's it. Security protocol. That's it, Gloria. You know it, and that's sad. And that's how they get out of paying all of this stuff. Ridiculous stuff, guys. It says Young said the vote on the insurance was deferred because the other two elected officials on the spending panel, City Council President Brandon Scott and Comptroller Joan Pratchett, hadn't been briefed on the proposal. Well, imagine. And it was because, Pratt wasn't in on that meeting with, who did you say? Screensaver on the 3rd of 12th. Yep, 2017. That's it. You got to, okay, good deal. Anyway, to even know that they have cyber liability insurance. I guess you can have insurance for just about anything these days. It's something we really need, Young said. We have to have that insurance. Baltimore's budget office has estimated the ransom attack on the city computers will cost at least 18.2 million. It's estimated that the technology will spend about 10 million on the recovery efforts by the year's end. 8.2 million in the impact from potential lost or delayed revenue, such as money from property tax, real estate fees, and fines. It says some fines. Yeah. Right. They're charging the heck out of some people if you got to pay that, if they got that kind of money to pay that stuff. Just saying. It says Lester Davis, a spokesperson for Young, said the true cost might end up being smaller than the budget's office estimation. He pointed out that the systems for paying water bills and other city tickets or fines are now working and money is flowing into the city again. It's preferable for us to be safe, Baltimore ransomware recovery going slowly so defenses can be hardened. This is one of the first directives that Mayor gave. Davis said the Young's desire for anti-hacking insurance. Anti-hacking insurance. I guess we all need to invest in that. Baltimore's government was struck in May by the hackers who sought tens of thousands of dollars from the city after infiltrating computer systems and shutting down a majority of city servers. Young refused to pay, and the FBI is investigating the hack. State and local government agencies have increasingly become victims of ransomware attacks, with the number exploding in 2016. Researchers have found that the local governments often have poor defenses, and they present hackers with an attractive target. Well, now that was Baltimore, and you heard that story was written in August, and you heard it happened in May, so they were still trying to get things taken care of in August. So I can imagine that they might still be trying to recover and recoup from that incident in itself. You worked for Hewlett Packard, Intel, and Symantec, makers of the Norton antivirus, as an administrative assistant, executive administration assistant. Woo! That is a heck of a place. Mercy, Gloria. Well, that sounded like that was a pretty good job. And you were the admin assist for the executive administration assistant and project admin. That's a pretty cool job. I will definitely say that's awesome. Gentleman retains the right to buy for me. Hey, Amos, you know they're going to be coming after those beans because that's not going to be environmentally friendly. They're trying to cut down on emissions. Just saying. I bet you do. That's crazy. That's pretty cool, Gloria. I'm sure. I am no computer guru, and I have no clue about security protocols by no means when it comes to this kind of stuff. But I never in a million years would have thought that they would have cyber insurance for these, or anti-hacker insurance. However you want to call it. It's still all the same, which is crazy. Absolutely, positively crazy. It was some of your favorite companies. Wow, that is pretty cool. About security protocol. I hear you. Well, that is awesome, Gloria. I bet that was an interesting job. It might have been a headache, but I bet it was interesting, to say the least. And then we have this Texas cyber attack that had taken 23 government agencies offline. I think that so far is probably the biggest one as far as, attacking the agencies themselves. And this one comes from Forbes. but it says the Texas Department of Information Resources director had confirmed that the state of Texas had been responding to a cyber attack that started on the morning of August the 16th. At this point, it is at least known that at least 23 government agencies in Texas had been taken offline as a result of the attack. What is known so far about the Texas cyber attack, according to the DIR statement, is that the majority of these entities were smaller local governments. Although it has declined to name any of the 23 agencies taken offline by the attack, the DIR statement does confirm, however, the state of Texas networks and systems have not been impacted. But that's kind of ironic that New Orleans, that I guess it was New Orleans, yeah, said that they were included in this cyber attack back in November when it attacked the school system. Kind of, I don't know if they're counting that as one of them or if it was actually a different entity or they were still on the same system or something. I'm not sure. The money was nuts, crazy, wild, last position, 27 out. That is pretty cool, Gloria. Pretty cool. Oh my goodness sakes. And that's how you got the West Nile. That is so sad. And that bites, Gloria. I am so sorry for you, sweetheart. And when you were abroad, when you got bit. Oh, he's asking, were you abroad when you got bit, Gloria? Intel has retina scans. Intel. The Intel, like the processor Intel, Gloria? Huh. How did that, I mean, that's pretty cool that it has a retina, but I mean, huh. Inside the Intel inside. Wow. How could it, I mean, I guess the camera obviously connected to it, but that's pretty weird. I don't even know how to say footage for security to get in. Wow. And they only paid you $25 an hour to spray around. Oh, wow. And now you're facing medical issues. That is just so sad. That is really sad, Amos, I promise. That is horrible. Crazy stuff, guys. So had you ever been hacked or had to deal with any cyber attack issues, Gloria, that you got, were you ever involved in tracking down anything to that nature? Would you say that this is from other foreign entities, or do you think it's individuals that are here? It's a sick world, I bet. Oh no, blessed be. I'm so sorry. You might. Yeah, I'm just curious if these are, I know it has to be very smart individuals that do this stuff, but is it government, foreign entities? Is it individuals? Is it Soros? I mean, they are so then, if those are the Fort Knox of computing, I'm just asking, why do we not have these type of securities on the government stuff? Federal and state government. All the above. I mean, it would only make sense. This is how the rich stay richer. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have, the technology like that in Intel, why not? I'm just asking. I mean, why would you leave yourself so vulnerable? It just doesn't make sense. especially if there is already the technology out there, because then you're out all this money that or at least you're portraying that you're out all this money anyway, I guess you could say. um it just don't make sense. It really doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, guys. um I'm still dumbfounded about these cyber attacks and why they are transpiring in our government, at the state and city levels, and even the federal levels in these states, according to this information. So it just doesn't make sense. If there's that kind of technology, why do they not have it? If you can protect now the Pentagon, why are these agencies not protected? In place, but a lot of these hackers are really good, trust me. Well, I understand that hackers are good, but when you are dealing with like the DMV, you know, things of that nature, you would think that there would be some kind of special encryption that couldn't be hacked, you know. The Benjamins, exactly. And that's how come all of this stuff, I mean, with cyber insurance. Retina scan and a palm scan. Oh, wow. That's pretty wicked, Mark. Yeah, you would think, Anne, you really would. I mean, I'm by far, you know, a rocket scientist, but I would think that, you know, if you have millions of people's information in these databases, and it's supposed to be protected by the state or the city or whatever entity, federal, be it or whatever, you would think that they would have the most you know, securest of sites, the most securest places. This. You haven't worked since 2005. No telling what kind of security they have now. Well, I mean, yeah. So, and ironically, Gloria, I don't know if you were here or not, but we didn't start having issues until 2006. Believe that or not, according to the information that I have uncovered. And I mean, that's what it, you know, uh, it just doesn't make sense. It's like all of a sudden we have all this cyber attack. And that's, you know, kind of really why I wanted to know, you know, how many cyber attacks have we had? Why are they targeting these local, you know, municipalities in these states and everything? Just like they will weed insurance for their crops. I bet they will have weed insurance. Exactly. You know, whatever it takes. They'll call it farmers insurance, I'm sure. It'll come under some kind of plat name. And you haven't worked since 2005. Yeah. And Obama. Mm-mm-mm. And it's because Gloria left. We're going to blame the cyber stuff on Gloria. That's it, Gloria. Because 2005, you quit working and it all went to hell. I mean, gosh. Farmers insurance. Yeah. Well, I'm sure farmers do have insurance, you know. So I would think, anyway, it would make sense. And if they don't, maybe they need to invest in some. It is all Gloria's fault. Daygummit, Gloria. Because seriously, I mean, outside of the incident in 1986, I think it was, or 88, where the guy had uh, put out that worm, there was there wasn't anything until 2006 that they had logged, I guess you could say. There probably was other, but that's where their recording starts, I guess you could say. So I'm not going to say it's your fault, but I mean, and we're just joking with you, giving you the biz. But God, it's like, how do they get over your tiny, it's that mosquito, goodness sakes. Yeah, that tiny mosquito took down the U.S. That's a shame. And I'm going to tell them, how dare they let mosquitoes affect our grid? Really. Out of sight, out of mind is going to be protected until they are hacked. It isn't going to be protected until they're hacked. Well, I just would think that, I mean, I do know that they talked about the Pentagon being hacked. So, but supposedly now they're protected. You were born in 86, so maybe. No. It's nobody's fault, really. I mean, I'm just joking. I promise I am. It's the mosquitoes did it. That's it. They sure did it, Gloria. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Did you ever find that article, Anne? Or did you look? Just curious about where I might can find that information. Just give me a site and I'll Google it if you know one. DARPA mosquitoes. That's it. DARPA mosquitoes, Mark. That's exactly it. That is it, dude. But it says the Texas State Operations was activated the morning of August 16th and had been working 24-hour basis ever since. Evidence gathered by the Texas Division of Emergency Management, the Texas Military Department, and the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, amongst others, suggests that the attack was a coordinated effort from a single threat actor. So this was a single threat, but they're not telling you who it was. And it doesn't say if it, well, here's a little more. And it says that they had encrypts files that they had, that they were able to obtain or hack into, or, but I don't get how you can get into the encryptions. That's supposed to be the mother of all there. It says the Texas cyber attack is the latest in something of a tsunami of ransomware aimed at the U.S. government and state targets. INET Ilskar, writing for Bleeping Computer, reported that telemetry data for security vendor Malwarebytes reveals that the U.S. has been receiving the end of ransomware attacks more than any other country in the world, accounting for 53% of global incidences. The Louisiana governor, John Edwards, declared a state of emergency in July. See, here's another attack in July in Louisiana. It says in a response to a ransomware attack on school computers. Okay, so this might have been a complete different incidents, but they referenced the two earlier. There was one in November as well. It says multiple districts. Only 2 months earlier, key systems in Baltimore were taken down by ransomware attacks. Ian Thornton Trump, head of cyber. Ian Thornton Trump, that's a heck of a name. We're head of cybersecurity for AmTrust International, says that these attacks are critical, and not only from general preparedness angle, but also the more sinister and concerning attacks at a scale perspective. The threat of ransomware has widely been known since 2017. Anyway, and that's about, it says, however, it's certainly fair to say that general preparedness for these kinds of cyber attacks need to be looked at, and looked at hard. especially given the potential for such attacks to hit political events with potential scale and impact far beyond the original infected system, or for that matter, the original intent of the attacker. Ha ha ha. Touche, people, touche. It is crazy, guys. Um, People realize these computers aren't so great. After all, this smart world they are building is really a dumb trap. It is. I agree with you, Anne. 100. Not have whole systems connected externally. I think that is why Russia is disconnecting its internet from the outside of Russia. I would agree with you on that one, Gloria. And I think that that makes perfect sense. And maybe that's what we should do. I mean, if this is going to continue, and that's what I was saying, was these events, are they coming from within the state? Are they coming from abroad? Because I can't imagine that all of this is all foreign attack. I mean, it could be, but I think one of those articles said that something about they traced one of the incidences to Miami. So I would say that it's not all. Hi there, Colleen. Luce Wilson, how are you? Welcome, Fugel fam. Awesome. Glad to see you, girl. And we are just taking a look at cyber attacks here and just chatting about, we've talked about prepping a little bit. We've talked about a little bit of everything here tonight. But our main topic has been on these cyber events that has recently taken place. They can trace them all with their excellent systems. Yeah. Are those attacks coming from within their offices? And that's exactly it. That's what I'm saying. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Thank you so much. But yeah, so that's what, that's kind of our focus tonight is these cyber attacks. And we were just, and that does make, and that's what I said, are these attacks coming from within? And we're not ever going to know because I don't believe they're ever going to really tell us. But it's just, kind of crazy that here recently, every year, our technology advances and we get, better and greater things. Well, as we have gotten better and greater, you would think that our defenses would be even increasingly, more enhanced. And so how are they able to outsmart this, the smart technology, I guess you could say? Yeah, and there's all those firewalls too. Let's see, a set up to rob more money from the people. Especially, yeah. No one is finding, and I agree with you. I agree with you on that one, Gloria. I definitely, what is it? Goodness sakes, Soros funds the Democratic Party, and the Rothschilds. All you need is one person inside that has access to the entire system is vulnerable. True that. Is equals is. Okay. Gotcha. We the poor people. Yeah, that's it. Most definitely. And then I do actually have a, this is from the Center for Strategic International Studies. And I'm not even quite sure how long this list is. I really didn't even give it too much thought. But this says that the significant cyber incidences since 2006. It says this list is a work in progress that we update as new incidents come to light. If you have suggestions for additions, send them to techpolicy@csis.org. Significance is the eye of the beholder, but we focus on the cyber attacks on government agencies, defenses, and high-tech companies, or economic crimes with losses of more than $1 million. So if it's not a government or an economic crime with losses of more than $1 million, it's not going to be on this. That's how come I have tried to touch all those other websites that I have found. One bad apple spoils. Yeah, I would agree with you there, Gloria. I definitely agree with you, hon. 2019 of November, Iranian hackers targeted the accounts of employees at a major manufacturer and operates of industrial control systems. Also in November 2019, an alleged non-state actor targeted the UK Labour Party with a major DDoS attack that temporarily took the party's computer systems offline. And see, and again, oh my goodness sakes, thank you, Colleen. Thank you so very much. You see the bullshits. Yep, town hall meeting. I did. I thought that was funny. And people were calling him out. I did. I saw that on Twitter. That was hysterical. That truly was. Thank you so much, Colleen. I really appreciate that so very much. You just don't even know. Um, Yes, most definitely. Shout out to Colleen. Amen. Um, and they will blame the Russians and the Saudis. That's it. Here they're blaming the Iranians. Iranians did it in November, and they're not saying who attacked the UK Labour Party thing. Now they're saying that in October that the Israeli cybersecurity firm was found to have sold spyware used to target senior government and military officials in at least 20 countries by exploiting the vulnerability. And if I'm not mistaken, did we not have an incident where there was something that was found outside the Capitol that was left supposedly from an Israel actor? I mean, that's kind of crazy. Just saying, and nothing really has happened to Israel. We didn't, you know, they supposedly asked them, and they said no, it wasn't us. We didn't do it. No, we don't know how it got there, but I don't believe anybody is ever going to confess to anything. You have to have, the evidence, obviously, to back that. I mean, it's insane. But anyway, so Israel, with their cybersecurity firm, sold spyware. So we know this to 20 countries, and their vulnerability in the WhatsApp, which I never got the WhatsApp. I hope nobody else here got the WhatsApp. I've heard so many horror stories from the WhatsApp. That is for sure. That is for sure. And it says also in October of this year, a state-sponsored hacking campaign knocked offline more than 2,000 websites across Georgia, including the government and court websites containing case materials and personnel data. So now Georgia actually, and see, and that's how come I like going to specific sites that have the cyber events listed, because you learn more. Because if you don't know, you would have to go through each and every state just to see if you could find an article. And we have 50 states, guys. I don't think my server could handle that. You're a believer. The Federal Office of Personnel was hacked a few years ago, and personal records for all current and previous federal. That's crazy. I believe you're right. I do remember hearing something about that. Good morning, Barry Fowler. How are you? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so very much. It's safe to say none of your information is... No, it's not. I mean, so many people are... yeah, my name is out here, obviously. This is my name, guys. Renee Thomas is me. I don't hide. I have nothing to hide. But I did not think about it had I thought about it, but it had already been put out there before, when Marv said, don't use your real name and everything. But the people that know already know your real name. The people that you would want to keep your name from are the people that already know who you are. You can't hide from them. There's no hiding from them. Obviously, people are hacking into this, and this. I mean, now there might be the hackers that you want to keep your name from, but the you too late too. I know, Colleen. Gosh, I that's what I say. I'm like, well, I wished I would have listened to him before. I wish I would have heard him say that before I started my YouTube channel. He's part of the reason why I did start this, but it is what it is. Yes, thank you so much, Colleen, again for that $50 super chat. I really appreciate it. Scan says, I'm a firm believer. You're correct. Their solution was to offer free credit reporting access to watch your credit report. Yeah, most definitely. Your boob tube guns. Okay. I'll be waiting for it. I hear you, Gloria. That's me. I'm not afraid. I mean, it's like whatever. That's it. I get trolled. I get trolled. God has me, and that's why I don't really worry. And I feel like it's whatever God's will is going to be. It's going to be God's will. And that's for sure. So I just trust in Him. So. But yeah, so I'm going to continue. I'll keep an eye on chat, and I'm going to just read some more of these interesting things that have transpired this year, and then some. Okay, so then we found out Georgia had an incident. Now India in October said that North Korean malware designed for data extraction had been identified in the networks of nuclear power plants. So North Korea attacked their nuclear power plant, which that's kind of scary. That could be really dangerous, guys. I mean, that would be one of those things that you would not want to happen, and you would think that you would have the utmost top-notch security for those nuclear power plants. I mean, one, well, I can when it's down here, but when I'm looking at the computer, no. Does that make sense? This is closer, but this one's a little further away, so I have to have them to see far away. Up close I can. If that makes any sense. On a serious note, it's the nuts that walk around on sidewalks and freeways that Marv warns us about. That's it, and that's probably who he is warning us about, is those people like that, exactly. And that's why I said the hackers and the trolls and things of that nature. But I did not get that. And he does have a lot of knowledge. He does, and you seriously sighed. Otherwise, who says different? Now I hear you, and it is really. I mean, awesome information. It would have been awesome to know beforehand, but hey, you hear him prime you up, and then it's like, don't use after you did it. Don't do it. But I'm sure he said it a million other times, and I just didn't pay attention. But that's just me. God is in control. Yep, that's it, and that's all you can do. Get the popcorn and the boob tube. People are starving for the truth. Amen. They are, and he does. And Mark does love us. He does. That's for sure. He's such an awesome guy. I do. I love Adam and Dex and everybody. They are just such amazing people. And he has been attacked more than anybody I have ever seen to be attacked. And he really does stay positive. I mean, I've seen him get, a little snide one time, but that's to be explainable. I don't know how he stays so positive. I get frustrated sometimes at some of the stuff that you hear and see how they attack him. And see, and I didn't know you had a name change, Mark, because you've always been Mark over here. The light attracts the darkness. I would say, I definitely would say that I agree with you on that, Gloria. I definitely do, honey. That is kind of crazy, though. It is. Let's see. I was reading the nuclear power plant. It says, and then also in October of this year, it said suspected North Korean hackers attempted to steal credentials from individuals working on the North Korea related issues at the UN and other NGOs. So North Korea is really stepping it up. And why they think that we're not going to, we're just going to, give in to their demands is beyond me. It also says that the October 2019 that the NSA and the CHQ found that Russian cyber espionage campaign had used an Iranian hacking group's tool and infrastructure to spy on Middle Eastern targets. In October 2019, Russian hackers engaged in a campaign since 2013 targeting embassies and foreign affairs ministries in several European countries. October 2019, Iranian hackers targeted more than 170 universities around the world between 2013 and 2017, stealing 3.4 billion worth of intellectual property and selling stolen data to Iranian customers. Now, how are you going to get intellectual property out of these universities? And I can see the data part of it, but from universities, are they, I mean, the grounds, that's about the only property I can think of outside of textbooks or things to that nature, but you don't even have textbooks at universities. You have to go buy your own textbooks, I mean, so I don't know. That's kind of a strange preposition there for me. No, I have no clue, but I'm sure there's quite a few. Um, Ironically, I know there's more than one Renee Thomas furniture. I hear furniture. Well, there you go. I guess maybe that's what they're targeting is their furniture. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense there um, on that one. Then it says also October was a very busy month. Oh, there's still several more Octobers 2019 to go, and we're not even through the first page, guys. It says also that let's see, October 2019, Chinese hackers engaged in a multi-year campaign between 2010 and 2015 to acquire intellectual property from foreign companies to support the development of the Chinese C919 airliner. Well, isn't that lovely? So they wanted their airliner for free. You're right about that. I didn't think about that, Mark. Very, very good point there. Yeah, come to think of it, oh goodness sakes, Texas A&M. They were the ones that just did that big research on what was it that Marv was talking about? I think it was Marv. It could have been somebody else, but they talked about Texas A&M were the ones where they got the research from it. So that does kind of make sense. Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. Yep. And then in October, it says that the Chinese government-sponsored propaganda app with more than 100 million users was found to be programmed to a backdoor granting access to location data, messages, photos, and browsing history, as well as remotely active audio recordings. And speaking of the Chinese, they just announced, what was it, about a couple of days ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, that they were going to have all of their government get rid of any foreign computers. They were getting rid of any foreign software. Nothing foreign were going to be allowed in their state or local government. So maybe they have found out, or they know of something that is bigger that's going to happen. They have international students on visas come to work at the study in the U.S. universities of medical, military, space science, technology. That makes sense. Secret research on behalf of governments and tech companies. Hi, mosquitoes and butterflies. Type of life. How are you? So good to see you. And we're just having a chat about cyber events and trying to connect the dots. Just because there's just been basically so far what we've uncovered, kind of give you a little update, that these events really, or they didn't start recording these events until 2006. The first major event that they have recorded from the information that I have. Now, I'm not saying that there is probably not more information out there, but to my knowledge, this is the information that I have found so far. This is what it reveals, that in 1988 or 86, I can't remember. I have read so much, so it's kind of after a certain amount of stuff, it kind of just all, mashes together, gets mixed up. So we're going to say between 86 and 88. The guy created the first worm, and that was caused the first incidences with any kind of cyber crap, and so that was back in 86, 88. He actually works for MTI now, or IT. He works for MTI or ITM, whatever. Anyway, I think you know who I'm talking about. He works for IT. And so he got him a good job, even though he was a criminal and did something that he got convicted of, but yet they give him a job. So go figure. And since 2006, they have attacked mainly financial institutions and things of that nature so far that we have found, until more recently. I want to say maybe it was in 2018 or I think it might have been 2013. There was actually an attack on something, Ackerman Pass. Thank you, Colleen. I need it. Thank you so very much. But it was back then. I think it was 2013 was the first government thing that they had registered anyway that I've read, and we've been reading that. I mean, there's been quite a few attacks, and I'm reading a list right now of the significant cyber events. But it's just kind of, has our curiosity aroused, and we know that there is cyber insurance. There is cyber insurance. So if you are looking for cyber insurance, you've come to the right place. And you can see Gloria for that cyber insurance. I'm joking. We don't have cyber insurance, but they do have cyber insurance. We just don't offer cyber insurance. Just messing. They take credit for the big hack jobs. Yep, exactly. And I think they have classes now on how to hack. They probably do. It seems to be a $1 billion enterprise here. I mean, especially the fact that you have to have insurance now. Kind of crazy, guys. I mean, kind of crazy. Anyway, so we're up to where are we up to? The Moroccan government, also in October, targeted 2 human rights activists using spyware purchased from Israel. Israel's got some pretty good spyware. This is the second time that they have referenced Israel. And remember, I said that I know that there was something left outside the White House, if I don't remember correctly, not too long ago, that was supposed to be from Israel as well. But again, they denied it, didn't leave it, and they just so happened to have been at the White House. And then we have, let's see, state-sponsored hacker group targeted diplomats and high-profile Russian-speaking users in Eastern Europe, and also October of 2019. You guys, there is a lot of stuff, but mostly all of this stuff here. And again, they're saying that in October of 2019, Iranian hackers conducted a series of attacks against the Trump campaign, as well as a current and former U.S. government officials, journalists, and Iranians living abroad. So we have so much stuff going on in this list. We could go on this list, you guys, all night, it looks like. I'm just curious when it's get out of 2019. Let's see what their first we're still in 2019, guys, and okay, there's 42 pages. We're not going to do 42 pages, sorry guys, I love y'all, but just not. I'm skipping. I want to see what the earliest thing is that they have on here. I hate it when it does that and it won't go. Gotta do this the hard way. Why do they have everything? I have no clue. Israel has incredible medical. They do. Israel is extremely well-rounded with technology and medical science and just everything. They have really, truly been blessed. I mean, that is no doubt. There are a lot of intelligent people in Israel. Yes, and I think so too, Gloria. I really agree with you on that. Yeah, and then to come to find out that he was an Israel agent. What did they call that? M something. Oh, mercy. My brain is overworked today, guys. I'm tired. Gloria, help me out. What's it called? He's called what? What was that? Oh, goodness sakes. Mossad? Mossad. Thank you, Mark. Mossad and Colleen. Both y'all. Mossad, yes. That's it. Mossad agent. Yes. Mossad. I'm like, duh. And to find out that he was a Mossad agent and that he did all that stuff still. I mean, and it was basically to get to catch politicians cheating. So, and knowing that, do you really think Epstein is dead? I mean, that he was a Mossad agent, Yeah, exactly, Gloria. I mean, so do you think he's dead? I mean, I don't know. Knowing that now, it kind of gives it, I would say he's probably been relocated. Yeah, I mean, you say no too? Yeah, that's how it's done. Yeah, Mossads are compromised. It is kind of weird, and they are all connected. It seems like. The very first, I went to the very last page. I'm on page 42 now, guys. We were quick, weren't we? All in 2 minutes, right? It says the very first cyber event here was the State Department's network that was hacked, and unknown foreign intruders downloaded terabytes of information. If the Chinese or Russian spies had backed up a truck up to the State Department, smashed the glass doors, tied up the guards, and spent the night carting off file cabinets, it would constitute an act of war. But when it happens in cyberspace, we barely notice. And that was the first insert that they put in there on this. And that's what I'm saying. They're making that statement, and and where we have so many now. You guys really, I hope you guys go and check out that Wixit site. I really hope you guys look at this list of stuff, because if you go and you look at just the first three pages, you're still in October, I think. In the first 2 to 3 pages of this report. On this last page, it goes from May of 2006, August 2006, November 2006, December 2006. Then it says something about 2006, the Chinese hackers were thought to be responsible for shutting down the House of Commons computer system. Then it goes up to April 2007. So that tells you that either they weren't truly keeping up with or wanting to report the hacks, one or the other, or I just can't imagine they wouldn't have a record of it, though. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, they have some record, but it's just not as or that we didn't have that many, and then it's all of a sudden now we have all the bukus of cyber attacks. It just doesn't make sense to me. I could have seen it, earlier in our into all of this stuff, because hey, all of these systems were new, and it probably wouldn't have taken much to get into backdoor and things of that nature. Hey, sweet Jenna. I hear you, sweet Jenna. That's pretty funny. That's priceless, girlfriend. That is priceless. But it's crazy that, I mean, you have quickly, seriously, you go, yeah, I didn't ask you to help me. My thing. You go from May all the way to all on the same, within, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, just 4 incidences that are listed. And then you go into 07, and then there's still not that many for 07. But 2019, oh my goodness sakes, half this 42 pages is probably 2019. It's insane. Yeah, just barely a page for 2007, 2008. I'm just going back up, guys. Just 2009, there was a little bit of activity, I will say. 2009, it looks like it was a pretty active year. 2010 was, appears to be kind of active, but not too bad. Not as bad as what we've seen for 2019. And see 2011. But 2019 is ridiculous, guys, on these cyber attacks. I'm already into 2012, and I'm at 31 of, and now 2013, 2014, 2015, 16, and we're in August of 2016, and we're at page 22 of 42. So just so you know how many incidences there are actually in 2019. 2017. Okay, guys. 2017 has quite a bit. Okay, I'm on page 16 of this document, and this is where you get into 2018. So from 2018 to 2006 is hardly, is from 2019 to 2018. There's 16 pages that are dedicated on this cyber event list. So that tells you the how. Like I said, it's crazy. It's like, there might have been an incident here, an incident there, but it wasn't that massive. And you can literally see, like I said, 16 pages are dedicated to from 2018 to 2019, and I'm just curious how many exactly of the pages are for 2019. Okay, so I am at page, so 2019 and 2018 were the most active times for all this cyber stuff that has been happening. And there's 8 pages for each year, for each of those years. And we're still in 2019. And this doesn't even have the incidents that just happened from New Orleans. So this will be updated and that will be added. So we can definitely say that 2019 will probably surpass 2018 as the most active cyber event since they started recording this. And to have 2 years, have half of the report, that is insane for such a long period of time that they supposedly have been keeping a record. Let's see. I am looking at it is CSIS PROD S3. It's in the it's the PDF that is lit. It's events list PDF, Gloria, that is in the Wixit site, and it should be listed there, sweetheart. Let me see if I can get it and put it in the chat real quick. Oh my goodness sakes, guys. We had quite a few earthquakes. Most of them are small though. And it's like 1, 2, 3. There was about 10 earthquakes. Just about. All at one time. So it must be Trump. Oh, I'm telling you, I don't, I mean, I have no clue. But these last 2 years, seriously, on a serious note, guys, 2018 and 2019 have been the most active. I'm going to share this link if I can get it to pull up on my iPad. I don't know, guys, but I'm going to try and share it. Let's see if I can get this. Nope, that's not it. Oh my goodness sakes. see if I, oh, ha ha ha. Okay, girl, I got it. I'm going to send you this link. After I give you the link, when you get in there, you have to click on the full list. You'll see what I'm talking about. That is where I'm reading from. You go, you'll go in there and you will click on it. And it'll say download full list. And you download the full list. My hair looks so crazy. I don't think Prince William has the power. What are we talking about now? I done got. See, we talk about everything here. No dead man switch for Isaac Cappy either. Refineries and plants I saw too. Yeah. Now see. Florida Marquis, I think it was Florida Marquis. He had made a video that he tried to connect the plant in Texas with the Saudi Aramco plant, but that Saudi Aramco plant is owned by oh my goodness sakes, it's not owned by Saudi. It was another plant that was. And the only reason I know the difference is because we lived in that area, but my husband had worked in all of those plants, but they're close together. And the one that just got bought is like kind of next door to it, I guess you could say. But that one was, it's not really, it wasn't located. Man, I did a video on it, but yes. I think that was something it just wasn't right. I know that they said that it was because they had just switched over, because I actually had somebody on when I did the live feed. I actually supposedly had two people, they were combating each other, but that worked there. And they gave out some really good information, and they sounded extremely knowledgeable. But they talked about how they had just switched over tanks to a new tank, to a new system, which something about the buildup was what they were saying was the what he was speculating as being the cause of that fire, of that explosion. You thought it was the prince. Mm-hmm. And Jesus does have his own time on. I agree with you there, girl. Yeah. You mean Trump has an RFID patent? Trump has an RFID patent? Oh, that's huge if you have So, Ann, do you have proof that Trump has the RFID patent? They are best friends. Yeah, that's true. He is best friends with Saudi, and he has been always on the prince's side over there. That is a fact. And that is very true as well. But I mean, on a serious note, can you, are you talking about, I think that, where did I hear that? It came from his dad, if I'm not mistaken. No, Prince William? Prince William does what? What are we saying Prince William does? They're friends with everybody, though. I mean, we won't say everybody, but powerful people, that is. Oh, it's Colleen. A Jennifer Veterans for Truth lives near and in the armed forces. She has a telling video, not to be rude, to endorse. Oh, no. You're good. I watch a lot of Jennifer Veterans for Truth, and I recommend her videos. I think I mean, it's kind of ironic, but a lot of people, I've noticed, I'll go and watch somebody that I've been following for a long time. I don't get to catch a whole lot of people live a whole lot of times, but when I do, I'll see people that, we run in the same circles, obviously. The RFID, that's the chip that they're putting in everybody's hand and I think on the bank cards and stuff. The RFID, I don't know what the technical name is for it. Let me see here, though, but I will tell you. I think Gloria's looking at that article she's left us, guys. Okay. Radio frequency identification is what RFID is, but it's the chip that's in your cards. Like my wallet's all the way down there. The little all smart cards have them now. Every single one of them does. The little bank chip, radio frequency. Yeah. You watch Jennifer too? See, I think we all, I mean, most people, like I said, like-minded people, once you find each other, you kind of tend to group together and you truly run in the same circles. You might not get to see everybody at about the same time, but you kind of have the same info, the same intel, and you think along the same line. I think anyway. I mean, I have no degree, no biology degree. Jennifer for Veterans is really smart. I will definitely give her that. And she does outstanding jobs. But what is the name of the video that you're referencing though, Colleen? Just curious. If you know the name of the video. Because that sounds like one I might have missed. Because it is so hard to keep up with every single solitary video. There's so much awesome content out there. You have to go back and look. Okay, girl. Okay. Yeah, because I'm curious if he does, because I don't know if you remember last night when Marv said somebody, I told people this earlier in Bible study, but I was thinking the same thing that this person said. I just didn't type it because it kind of does sound. As much as I've opened and inserted my foot in my mouth lately, you would think I would have no problem in doing that, saying, typing anything. But all these cyber attacks, what if this is to set you up, to get you scared that, you're not safe, and this is a way of implementing the chip. We're gonna go to the chip because it's safer. It will save us millions and trillions of dollars. We'll be able to access all your information. Nobody else will be able to access your information. Now, just curious, if they can hack everything else, why would people believe that they couldn't hack your chip? Just saying. How is it going to be more secure? No cash equals no freedom. Exactly. But I could honestly see them trying to say that this would be a way to get away from um, all this information floating elsewhere. That'll just be floating in you. Um, but someone did say that last night, and I was thinking that, and I was like, okay, Lord, is this confirmation that this is it, or what? But and I think I've also read that somewhere in a book that someone said something about them using something to put fear into people about you know, to push you into getting the chip for security reasons. But it's just a thought. It's not nothing that I can prove. And obviously, you know, the person that said it also last night, they just a thought. But we actually had the same thought at the same time, and I thought that was pretty crazy. I don't know if anybody else thought that as well. But given the fact that Trump is president and we've had all these cyber attacks lately, it does give you food for thought. Not trying to say anything about Trump because I love Trump. I mean, I am. Um, you did also? Yeah, see? That is pretty crazy. Everybody was thinking the same thing. Um, so, you know, especially if she can prove this, that would really be logical. I am curious. I truly am. Just saying. But these RFID chips, yeah, I would not get one. That to me is the mark of the beast, because I feel like they're gonna say unless you have that, you cannot buy, sell, or trade, and that would definitely be confirmation, you know. But we'll just see where they're going. That all you can do is wait and see. But all of these intermittent cyber attacks, and to have so many in a 2-year period is just I don't know. Crazy. Well, this is true, Mark. This is true. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but my feed got caught earlier. It was crazy. I was live, and all of a sudden it was probably my internet though. Oh no, I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And she's had quite a few really good videos come out that have gone like that. Like that one, it was crazy. I actually had to go watch it on, I don't know, 8chan or something. I don't know what website it was, but I think they even took it down off a BitChute or something. I don't know, but the one video she had, oh, what was it? Man, you had to go chase it down to watch it though. I was trying to. I was watching. I think I was watching Marv because I didn't get to see him earlier, and I was like, well, as soon as I get done with watching Marv, I'll watch this video because it had just it just came up. I went after it was maybe 30 minutes later, and I couldn't watch that video. So believe me, yeah, it's one of those things. Sometimes if you don't, if you like that person, you better click on it right away because sometimes it's too late. What is the name of her channel? It is Jennifer Veterans for Truth, I think. I'll give you a link. Give me a sec. La la. I don't know where that came from, but Jennifer for Veterans. Okay, guys. Here is her link. To her channel, Mark. You're good, Anne. I put a link in there for everybody. We've been talking about her for about, I don't know, good 30 minutes. Surely I could share a link. But yep, that way everybody that doesn't know who she is, but seriously, if she puts out a video and you want to watch it, you better watch it, because some of her videos do go. And that just goes with anybody, because you don't ever know what's going to get targeted, because the video that she put out, you would not have, it was a religious video. I want to say it had something to do with I don't know, but it was something to do with either Israel, or it had something to do with that, I believe. And the video was gone. You just subbed. Awesome stuff. You will not regret it, Mark. I promise. And she has been doing a lot with the Ebola and stuff. But she's the only person that has been talking about the Ebola crisis. And I just did a video not too long ago, because she is the only person talking about it. And they still have these, the Ebola and the measles is still listed on the RSOE site that I go to as being long-term events. And so I kind of try to keep up. Noah's Ark. Is that what she was talking about that got pulled, Joey? I don't know that it was Noah's Ark. But she did just do a video on Noah's Ark. I saw that. That's still there. Unless they pulled that one, but I don't think so. I did see the Noah Ark video, though, which it was pretty good. I saw it. I saw the thing gave me my notification, sweet Jenna, but I can't look at it, sweetheart, because I'm using my phone for the live. Yes, in Antarctica. And she has been doing some phenomenal videos. That is for sure. She's the stuff. I really do like her videos. She's got some pretty cool. You're good. You're good. It's okay. But I'll see it whenever I end this. We're dwindling down to 12 people, so it probably won't be too long. I was waiting to see, though, if Gloria came back, because she was checking out that article, or that site, I believe. I think enough million showed up for a while. Oh, I'm telling you how the Antarctica was connected to South America until the tsunami from Japan. Yep, and took it out. Yeah, most definitely the connection. Yeah, she does a phenomenal job. She does. Truly, she does. I am not a computer genius by no means. And if I can only do with what resources that I have available. And I don't have many. So, and you just sub too? Cool. That's awesome. So, and she really is really good, though. And she tells it to you like it is. And if they're him, no, here, guys. You have grandkids. I hear you. I hear you, Colleen. I hear you. Well, thank you so much, girl, for staying with us and keeping us company. I was waiting to see if Miss Gloria was going to come back. I was going to give her. Mark, and you still haven't gone to sleep, have you, sweetheart? And we're just rambling right now. I'm done with the article. Like I said, it was 42 pages. I did not realize it was that detailed. But I just think it's kind of ironic that most of our cyber attacks here lately have been in 2019. Okay, I will be here at 5 o'clock tomorrow. I usually don't do these late things, but this cyber attack thing really just... Hey, MG, how are you, babe? it just really didn't set well with me. So I wanted to see what I could put together. Like I said, and really don't have any answers because, any more than I did when I started, except for I have a vast more knowledge of kind of when it all started, I guess you could say, 2006, according to these records. You know, it took off. Yeah, we are the no sleep team. I agree with you, Anne. I think so. I don't ever hardly sleep, it seems like. Uh, and I'll be up and I'll be just laying in bed, just staying awake anyway. And whenever I have something on my brain, if I don't get it out and download it and get rid of it, I won't be able to sleep. So it's like, I wasn't going to let this sit here and bother me. I was going to get out here and put it out there. And I mean, yeah, part of it might be, you know, a little bit on the conspiracy side with the way that we've connected, that I have connected, I say we, that I have connected. You never sleep, and those who know cannot sleep. That's it. I really agree with you, Joey. That is it. I think that's exactly it, because we do know. And it's like, you lose sleep. The more you know, the less sleep you get. Yeah, see, I think you're going to get a lot of. No one's going to argue that one there. That's for sure. I was really hoping for clarity on the situation, you know? Um, I mean, I have a couple of ideals and stuff. I just, it's just kind of crazy. And given the fact that it's 3 a.m., it's 2 o'clock here. And giving the situation, giving that holds the patent to the RFID, I am really curious who does hold the patent. Let's see if I can ask it. Let's see. I don't know if it'll give it to us, but let's try. I actually thought the patent was Swedish, to be honest. Okay, it says the RFID consortium brings order to the UHF patents. A firm called Round Rock Research acquired a number of patents relevant to a passive UHF RFID standard. Now, if you would have told me Bill Gates owned the patent, I probably would not have second guessed it, only because, it is technology and things of that nature. But tell me Trump owns it, which he could, but I'm seeing it says a Round Rock Research owns some of it. Whoever Round Rock Research is. Now, who owns Round Rock Research? I don't know. It's not giving me that. It says Round Rock Research. We will write down Round Rock Research, though. Okay. All right. I asked it if Trump had any ties to any of this RFD stuff, and it didn't say. It gives me all this other stuff. Zebra Now 1 is the largest RFID patent holders. So whoever Zebra 1 Now is, We'll have to research. Zebra One. I'm writing down these companies, and that way we can research them. Zebra One now. And that one. It says, as Trump plays tough on big tech, his biggest stock. I have patents that can prevent you from practicing in the market. I don't know. It doesn't say, guys. Not that I'm finding right off the bat. Oh, you didn't mean Trump. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking to see if Trump did. But I wasn't finding anything that was related to Trump. Not to say that, he might not have stock in that company, but Prince William owns the RFID and has one in his hand already. Oh, wow. So Prince William owns one of the RFID manufacturers, or RFID. He owns the, is he one of the Round Rock research places or Zebra One entities? Is that what you're saying? You looked it up? Wow. You can't get whose attention? Whose attention are you trying to get? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Anyway. La la la. Oh, you meant Prince William. Ah. Okay. Well, Prince William might. Yeah, a company called Imperator. Imperator. Huh. Wow. Allegedly the patent. That's crazy. Yeah, you were trying to get me to stop looking. Okay. Well, I'm sorry it took so long to get my attention, but hey, I was looking. And I'm sure there's probably more than one I mean, because it said several. And so, and to know that the prince owns part of this patent is kind of, part of the core, the elites. And that's what their ultimate goal is to get everyone on that one world system, And I really think that things are, getting a little bit strange here, to say the very least. And all I can say is just pray, pray, pray for our poor little president. But, and maybe Gloria found that article really interesting. I mean, it was pretty, it says it had everything listed on there. Now, whether or not it does, I don't know. He took the RFD in his hand in 1997. Wow. He's had it that long? Wow. I did not even know that. I figured, Mark. I do typos as well, hun. I know, I was thinking she may be. Nah. I'm not. I don't get mad like that. Goodness sakes. Mistakes, honey, mistakes. I make plenty. Yeah, that's crazy. 1996. Wow. And I know it'd been out for a while in Switzerland, and I think the Netherlands is another place that it's popular. So the Netherlands, I think I heard a bunch of people supposedly have it. I don't know, but there's two places over there in the same vicinity, of course. That yeah, okay, that are really popular. Also, he was linked to Obamacare and something with an Ebola immunization. Imagine that Ebola stuff. You just, it's kind of crazy. And you know, the one thing that I'm kind of concerned about now is, you know, that you got Ebola on one part, you know, Africa, and which I guess Africa is in Asia too, isn't it? Isn't Africa part of Asia? I could be wrong. It's late. I might have my continents all messed up. Let me see. Let me see. Africa is a continent. Duh. See, I told you I was tired. Okay. Let's say, what is China? China's Asia. Okay. So, how close is China to Africa? Okay, so China is 8,793 kilometers to Africa, according to Google Map here, guys. And it looks like it's a hop, skip, and a jump, guys. We can just jump over the water there. But I do believe China is considered Asia. I could be wrong, because Africa is its own continent, you know, and Renee don't remember that, but hey. Africa is its continent. Yeah. Not sure about the maps though too. Yeah, yeah. China is Asia. Okay, so getting to this now, but Asia and Africa, I mean, they touch. They're in the same general area. It looks like land masses. The land mass touches somewhere to the other part of it. Unlike, you know, it's disconnected from all of us. Anyway, what it where was I? Oh, I know. Anyway, so China has the bubonic and the pneumonic plagues going on over there. And yet, you know, both of those very deadly, killed many, many people. But you don't, and knowing that as much control that the China government has on all of the news that comes out of there, and the mere fact that we have found out about the 4 people that died from that, or yeah, I think there's or 4 cases. I don't know if all of them have died, but I know that there's 4 cases over there. The mere fact that we found out about 4 of the cases, and if you go and you look at that RSOE report that I was telling you that I have, you can see the demonic the Republic one. You could see the Africa one. You can see it on there. I can't talk now. When I get tired, I get tongue-tied. It's no good, guys. The Dominican Republic, you can see that one. Okay, you can see that one on that map, but you cannot see the China one. But I have newspaper articles that confirm there was 4 cases of pneumonic, bubonic plague, whatever. But we yet have no travel bans to either of those countries. And you would think that there would be some kind of travel ban to China at least, considering Moscow did take extra steps to try to secure their borders because they are neighboring Mongolia, I guess is where it started. They have built huge cities and no one lives in. China's building all those ghost cities, and it can't just be. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Anne. And that's why I said, here they're taking all these, extra measures to get rid of all of foreign computers, foreign software. So, like I said, what do they know that we don't know? Exactly. We're on the same wavelength right there. Um, the bubonic plague is, yeah, but the pneumonic is where you can get from person to person. Exactly. And don't forget New York now, Joey, because New York has a rat problem. From what I heard, they have a rat problem. Now they might not, but I heard they had a rat problem. Let's Google and see what we can find on the rat problem. We're Googling it out tonight, guys. I'm pretty sure it's super rats. Probably. All the ships from China can carry the rodents on them and pull into port. Exactly. It says for a long time the number of rats in New York City was unknown and common urban legend. I didn't know there was a common urban legend declared that there were up to 5 times as many rats as people. In 2014, however, scientists were more accurately measured the entire city rats population to be approximately only 24% of the number of humans. Oh, so that's not too bad. There's only 24% for the population of the number of humans. No, they don't have a rat problem. What were we thinking? What was I thinking? Yeah. The news also says LA has a rat problem. Yeah. Well, I'm sure they do. I mean, come on. You're allowing homeless people to live in the middle of the streets, sidewalks, wherever, and they can do their drugs there. They can, the thing that I don't know if you guys saw that story. I read the article not too long ago, but somebody else did a video on it too as well. I can't remember who it was. So it might have been Mark, but there was this article about, and it really irritated me to no end, that somebody got in trouble, got put in handcuffs. I don't know if he was arrested or if they just fined him and let him go or whatever, but he seriously got in trouble for eating a sandwich on one of their trains there, but yet it's okay to defecate on the streets. Go figure. Oh, you're back. Oh, you went outside. Okay, Gloria. I thought you were looking at that article I sent you in the subway station. Yeah, and that guy got arrested or got put in handcuffs. They handcuffed him and took him off the bus because they said he was committing a crime. But yet you can't eat a sandwich on a train or a bus or whatever it was, but you can on the sidewalk. This just doesn't make sense. Does that to you? They do all their drugs at the BART station. You heard it on Marv? Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I know I had read an article, but I don't know where else I had heard it, because I know someone else did a video on it. Yeah, it's crazy. You spray your yarn with Dawn dish soap and Miracle Grow. What is it? I'm gonna write that down. We use 7 Dust in our yard. But anything that's all natural, Dawn dish soap and Miracle Grow. Huh. And that keeps, it makes sense. I know that Dawn dish soap works on dogs to get rid of, and Miracle Grow. Yeah, I wash my pets with Dawn. I bet. That's pretty cool. We use this, like I said, we use the 7 Dust. 7 Dust, I guess is what you call it. But that is a pretty good tip, though. Thank you for sharing that, Joey. No, in the Miracle Grow sprayer connected. Oh, okay. So you just use Dawn soap and spray it with, okay, I gotcha. So it's just the Dawn dish soap and you spray, okay. More detective work. Yeah, you're seeing the detectives at work, right? At least we're trying to be detectives here. Marv does a better job, though, I assure you. Inspector Gadget. We're on Inspector Gadget mode. We're on a mission. But people got robbed, stabbed, smoked crack, and everything in the BART station. Wow. It happened in there. Is that not just crazy, Anne? I mean, what is the logic there? I mean, on a serious note, what is the logic? You can defecate on the sidewalk. Yeah, that's true, and it's probably harmful, but that we've used it for a long time. It was the only thing that we knew to work. I mean, seriously. And I don't know why I didn't ever think to put the Dawn dish soap out there, to be honest, because I do use Dawn dish soap on my dogs. We use lemon fresh joy and give your dogs a bath in the lemon kills, please, too. Huh. Now, I never knew that about the lemon fresh joy, but I use Dawn dish soap on the dogs. But, hey, that's a good note. Have you ever lavender oil? If you put it on a bandana, and if you take your dogs to the park a lot, not saying that you have fleas at the park, but you can catch stuff there, I guess. But they say that lavender on a bandana will also deter mosquitoes as well as fleas. Goodness sakes, couldn't get it out there. No logic when they had an innocent man stabbed last week. No, I didn't see that, Anne. I did not. Did you make a video on that one? I'll have to go back and look at that one, girl. I saw a couple of your videos. They were pretty awesome. I did not see that if you made a video on that one. I think we're going off track a bit. Yeah, we tend to do that sometimes. We started off strong, though. We stuck to the subject of cyber attacks. We did. So cotton balls in lemon oil and put them under your cabinets. Rodents hate. Now, I heard that somewhere before, Joey, but that is pretty cool. Hints from Hellos. Women, LOL. Yes, that's what you get. Exactly. Exactly. It's from. Huh. That is horrible. 6 mile radius. What was the 6 mile radius? Did I miss something, Barry? 6 mile radius for what? Mars fat. Oh no. Oh, the fart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard that. That was pretty crazy. Um, and kind of to switch subjects. I don't know how many of you guys have Twitter. I know Gloria is on Twitter. And I retweeted this article, Gloria. So tell me if you had heard and what you think about this. Okay. You know those bracelets that bracelet that Pelosi wears. It's an orange bracelet, and she says the farm man kills mosquitoes. It was just a couple of nights ago, wasn't it, guys? He just recently did copper. I don't know if it's copper or not. Well, she had told us when she first came out with it. She told everyone it was made of bullets or something. And for farting radius, I got it. I wasn't thinking about the farts at the time, so he caught me off guard. Okay. Yeah, that it was a bullet bracelet that her friends made that is supposed to help her remind to stay on track for gun awareness or whatever crap. That's what she first came out and said. Well, there's an article floating around on Twitter that said that they had this old article, and I can't remember what the people's names were, but there was 3 people, I think it was 3 or 4 people that were dead in an office after Hitler got taken down out of reign. And they didn't want the United States to take them, so they offed themselves with cyanide. Well, supposedly they're trying to say that is let me see if I can find an article real quick. A cyanide container or something. Man. Let me see if I can find it. Cyanide bracelet. And her and a bunch of, I mean, it's not just her that's wearing that bracelet though, which is the ironic part of it all. But I was just curious if anybody else had seen that cyanide bracelet story and what you actually thought about it. See if I can find it. Okay. I don't know if I can show you guys here. Hold on. Let me see. If you Google cyanide bracelets for Pelosi, I'm going to show you what it comes up with. Unplug it for a minute. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Hopefully you guys can see that. But you see it? It comes up. But it also comes up as the orange bracelet, Pelosi bullet. Let me see if I can find how many Democrats have that. I'm just curious. Got me up looking at cyanide. No. They're gonna think, ah. No. It didn't give me any hits on that one. The article was floating around on let's see if this is no, that ain't it. Trying to find this. It was a strange article, but it was talking about the people that a bunch of people killed themselves in the office because they didn't want to be taken by the United States people. Anyway. And they said a bunch of people, and they had a picture of more than one person wearing the same bracelet that she had. I don't know. Anyway. But anyway. Yeah, Pelosi is wearing one. Bullets are made of copper. Right. And they're saying that it can encase cyanide, I guess. Like I said, she came out and said it was made of a bullet. And let's see. Let me see if this is the article. No, this is YouTube. Hold on. Okay, here it is. I think this is the article, guys. It gives me the tweet. Okay, see? I'll show you. It says, and it's from Travis View. It says, and I would think more people than me would have heard of it. Let's see. Alan Jack Hinckley tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan. Okay. These guys are from, I think, Africa. Who farts and kills mosquitoes? Right. About Comey and Mitney. Okay, hold on. Comey did the interview at the House of Lego, Grassy Knoll. Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy. That is crazy. Are they trying to tell us something, Gloria? Okay, so this is what this says, okay? I'll show you, or I'll share the link. Let me see if I can share this link somehow. Ha. So y'all can check it out for yourselves, because I think it's quite interesting, to say the least. See if I can get this pulled up real quick. It's taking forever to load, guys. Sorry. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, here we go. Okay. I have to do some stuff here. Okay, so here we go. So, so you guys can see this article for yourself that I'm talking about. Hold up. It doesn't want to load, guys. It doesn't want to load. Okay. Okay, so there is the Twitter link, and I will read it to you though. But now you guys can access the same thing I'm looking at. Anyway, it says QAnon people think Speaker Nancy Pelosi is wearing a bracelet containing a brass cyanide capsule, presumably so she can escape arrest, like she says Nazis officer during the 1945 fall of Berlin. In reality, the object is firearm cartridge, referencing her gun control support. And um, of course, it has a picture of the bracelet. And let me see if I can bring this up. Let's see if I can bring this picture up. She's wearing it. She's wearing it. There's another guy there, and I can't think of which guy it is, but he has on one too. I hope you guys go and look at this. Okay, yes, Comey, Grosnell, Romney in front of the Hinkle building, and Pelosi all same day. That's crazy. Okay, look. Hopefully you guys can see this. Let me see. Okay, so you see the guy in that picture right there? Sorry. Kind of crazy. I know. Absolutely crazy. But anyway, so that guy there has the same bracelet that she has. The Bush funeral, they all got white envelopes. Everybody except Jimmy Carter. Yeah, I wonder what was in that white envelope. It was out of focus. You are on Twitter still, Gloria, right? Let's see if I... Can you see it? It's such a small picture. You can't really make out who the guy is. Okay. I'm going to I'll share this and I'll tag you in it. How's that? This exact picture so you can see it, what I'm talking about. There you go. All right. I shared it. He was sporting a black eye recently. Oh, wow. Yeah, Jimmy Carter, I don't think he's part of all of it. Everybody except Jimmy Carter. Yeah. Well, you seen it? Okay. So anyway, I'll read this to you. This guy says, I sometimes get the sense that a lot of support of QAnon comes from a refusal to believe that the high level politics is actually as boring and complicated as it appears. And there must be some awesome Jason Bourne level going on behind the scenes. But they're actually saying that it's a cyanide capsule instead of, the obvious that or what she said it is. But who knows? I don't know. I just thought that it was rather interesting that this was going around, and that's what they're saying it is. Which I wish that had the old picture of the person of the thing on here, but I don't see the picture. Just that. Anyway, thought it was rather interesting. Should America fear North Korean EMP attack in 2020? Okay, so someone said something about Marv's tweet earlier. Was it about the EMP? What do you think about, because it's on my top feed right now, the EMP thing with North Korea? Should America fear a North Korean EMP attack in 2020? There's a lot of talk both and for against the EMP right now. What do you think? That is his question. What do you guys think? He's technically in charge right now, and you should know that what it was in the envelopes. Huh. And Trump didn't get one either. I know. Rather interesting, don't you think? She said several different things. Cyanide gun control and the Constitution anniversary. Exactly. Kind of crazy, huh, Gloria? Um, it's all bizarre. I mean, anything's possible. We are talking about a bunch of individuals that obviously have there's a high rate of suicide, so it would not be surprising in none the least. Didn't he say Christmas Eve? Yeah. Well, he said Christmas now, that we were supposed to get a Christmas present from North Korea. And now, and everyone knows that he sent off that missile on, or the test missile on Thanksgiving. So I'm sure that he's going to keep in tradition, and he did something on the 4th. So I'm sure he's going to give us a gift as well. Yeah, it will be a nuclear war. Well, if we have an EMP attack, we won't be able to. I mean, well, I guess we do have capabilities in other countries. It'll just disarm us for a little while. And I think that it will take a while for us to get back up on the grid. But again, I guess that if you're, everyone talks about Agenda 21, and I guess if that is the way you want to go, that would be one way of trying to control the human population for sure. Would be to do an EMP, that's for sure. The bald guy. Yeah, Kim Kim Jong, the North Korea leader, has promised to give the United States a Christmas gift because we have obviously not caved in to his demands. According to Trump, he already that Kim Jong had signed a agreement or some kind of treaty saying that he would cancel or he would denuclearize. Well, apparently he hasn't done anything that he's agreed to do in this treaty, and he still continues to do these tests. And he's said that he is going to give us a Christmas gift. And so, and no one knows what it is, of course, but we know him, it'll be another test. Or will it be a test? Maybe it will be the Google server. Kim Jong doesn't have the Google server. Are you talking about the Hillary server? The one with all the emails? Not let his family retreat to the hills. Yeah, and who knows where everybody will be, if you hear of a bunch of people leaving the country, you never know what's going to be coming this way. It has to be a nuclear bomb to take down about 60 miles of the grid. Well, I was under the impression if there was some kind of mass coronal ejection, above the atmosphere, if he shot something and got enough, it would be the end of Rocket Man. That's for sure. We should have took care of him in the first Korean War. Yeah, I would say, but we didn't. I don't know. That's a good question, Dennis Rodman. Off to New Zealand then. Well, now, I don't know about you, Mark, but I don't want to go to New Zealand right now with all the volcano going on, and they've been having some earthquakes over there. So I don't know how safe New Zealand would be right now. North Korea has satellite that could have something inside it. Crosses the USA 8 times a day. Huh. That's interesting, Barry. I did not know that. You just read an article about the nuclear bomb needed to produce an EMP. Right. And that's what you 60 miles off the grid. Right. Huh. Well, and see, and that's just it. And we never know. And we're not going to know. You know, what they're going to. China was getting involved in the Korean War. Yeah, China got involved. You're alive, Tats. I'm alive, Tats. I don't know what you're saying, Sweet Jenna. The scientist said if we had an EMP, it wouldn't matter. We'd be at nuclear war. But see, my whole thing is how would they set off the nukes from here? They couldn't set nothing off from here. They would have to do it from another country. And would would we still have access at that point in time, though? Is what I want to know. Kim Jong-un loves Dennis Rodman. He does. And Dennis Rodman loves Kim Jong-un. Just saying. True that. True that, MG. Yeah, and yeah, they do. And you know what's crazy is I think it was a Manny Fish. I don't know if you guys know who Manny Fish is. But he does a lot of numerology and things of that nature. And the way that he puts things together is really, truly phenomenal. But he was talking about something that was like off of the, and it's called Babylon or something. It was pretty weird, but interesting all in the same sense too. After the nuke launch systems are EMP hardened, so it won't affect them. I don't know, guys. I mean, I really truly don't know. All the nuke launch systems are EMP hardened, so it won't affect them. Oh, you're saying that they are? Yeah, but if our grid is down, though, Gloria, here in the U.S. is what I'm saying. If the grid is down, if it's down everywhere, if it's depending on where it is, he wouldn't be able to retreat. We wouldn't be able to shoot off a nuke if we didn't have a grid, right? That's what I'm thinking. You have to have a grid to push a button. Unless they have a way to do it without being and you know, who knows, maybe they have that protected. Maybe they'll be protected, but we won't. The nukes and that the control is underground. So are you saying that they have underground power that that is not on the same grid as the power that's up here? They have independent power. Okay, I got you, Mark. Good deal. Okay, I'm understanding y'all now. Most major equipment is protected. Okay. And so they have their own power source, their own. And see, that's kind of like Texas. Texas has its own grid. So the EMP could even possibly take out. Don't have a way. It could even possibly take out one grid and not take out another. Well, that's good. I mean, to think that they knew to think about that, because I would have never I mean, how long have they had this, you know, technology and known about EMPs? That's kind of crazy. And it could be a domino effect. That's right. This will be the 300 populace. True that, Tristan Tat. True that. This is just step one. And I agree with you there. There will be bigger issues. Even the nuke bombers are EMP shielded, as they know EMP waves happen in a nuke war. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you, I think that, goodness sakes, it's been what? A year now, maybe two, and there was that massive shooting that took place in it's been about 2 years. And then all of a sudden there was no talk about it, no more. It just stopped. And oh man. Let me just look it up real quick, see if I can find anything on what I'm talking about before I go. And there was a girl that got on Facebook. I believe she was, Facebook. She was live on Facebook, and she was saying when there was all this stuff that was happening in Texas, and she said, "Look, you guys do not understand what all is going on here. There's a lot more going on," and it kind of freaked me out. And she was saying that there was a lot more stuff that was happening that people weren't aware of. And it was like they were trying to do something. I don't remember what it was. Let me see. 2018. See if I can get 2018. It wasn't the Odessa one. Let's see. It wasn't the Fort Hood. There was a Texas, but that wasn't it. It was after that. Was it this one? And they tracked the guy down to a FedEx package place or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? The one in Texas? They caught the guy because of a FedEx, UPS or FedEx. Do you know the one I'm talking about? And no, I don't even see that on here. But I know it was... and they've been taking people's land. Was that one? I know something to do with the stupid FedEx truck. Or packages or something to that effect. The bombs. It was the bombs. He was the packages were showing up in the neighborhoods. That's what it was. The packages. It was packages in Texas. And here I was thinking it was a shooting. It was packages. And the girl was talking about all this stuff that was going on. and she was scared. Mm-hmm. And I think it was last year in 2018. Yeah, it was. Yep. FedEx facility. Yep. It was Mark Anthony. I mean, and all of a sudden, and that story was like really hot. I'm sorry, sweet Jenna. And that story was like really, really hot for the longest time. Then all of a sudden, you didn't hear anything about it anymore. I mean, as all this for days, that was all you heard about. Then all of a sudden, it stopped, which is kind of crazy, in my opinion. And it said that it happened between March 2nd and the 22nd of 2018, and there was 5 packages and bombs and exploded, and it killed 2 people and injured 5 other. But it says total of deaths 3. Anyway. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. And people were, yeah, but the girl said that she felt like there was something more going on with all of this, because there was a lot more stuff happening, but it wasn't getting out. And I wish she would have made a second video or something to let people know more about what she was talking about. She was so vague. I'm sorry, sweet Jenna. We'll stop talking about it. But yeah, crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. And they were talking, and it was just a little strange, because I remember them talking about it like every day, and then all of a sudden, bam, they quit talking about it. I mean, just like, even the odds of it affecting you are so remote. Yeah, you remember the Alex? Okay, so yeah, yep. Yeah, I couldn't. I was thinking it was a shooting, but it was actually the package thing that I was actually thinking about. It is part of God's design and plan. That is it. I know, and I mean, I'm sorry, but I would not go to no FEMA camp. Uh-oh. Scan. I wish that message would stay up longer. Scan just texted me something, and I didn't even see what she said. It came and gone. It went so quick, and I'm using my phone. I don't know if you can hear me, Scan. Oh, okay. She can still hear me. She said, oops, I saw that one. It was like I looked at my phone and I saw a message, and it said Scan. And it comes and goes like really quick. And she was trying to send it to her daughter. Yeah, there was lots of stuff that went on during Harvey, that, well, during all of it, that people just don't even know. I mean, I've heard so many things. We have family that live in Texas, and I have really good friends there. But it's not from what they've told me. It's from other people that I've heard told. You know, some crazy stuff. I mean, there was even your sister and family live in San Antonio suburbs. Yeah, we have let's say Richmond. I think it's Richmond, Texas. It's outside of Sugar Land. It's on the other side of Houston. I have a really good friend. She lives there. And then all of my husband's family lives in Port Neches, Port Arthur, Nederland, and Lumberton, and in that area, in Beaumont. I think Yeah, Beaumont. And in Houston. So, good morning, Shannon. How are you, hon? Oh. Ah. Uh-oh. Wrong one. No, we won't. That's it. I would not. I, I would tough it out in my house or in a tent. I would not be up to go to no FEMA camp. I don't care, you know, what disaster happened. I just wouldn't. Nope. We do not consent. We do not want to go. That is correct. Yeah, Reagan was an awesome president. I liked Reagan. Um, but it seems like the more you dig into all of the stuff, even Reagan was a little tainted, you know? Nobody seems to have been, um, I don't know, how do we want to say, you know, dirty in some fashion, not in a bad way. Yeah, that's it, Gloria. You know it, girl. Bug out on my back. I hear you. Yeah, I said I was going to get a boat, and that's where I needed to go, was on a boat. But we ain't going nowhere. We got to stand up, rise up, as the Lord says. This is why they were desperately trying to raise funds for our house in August. Uh-uh. Oh, I hear you, girl. I'm not. Got to stand up, and we got to fight. So, got to do what the Lord's called us to do, and it's not run. And that's how come I don't care about anyone knowing my stuff. What the freak happened? Wow. Okay. Sure. That was interesting. My camera came on all by its lonesome self, guys. Unless I clicked on it by strange. I could have clicked on it, but I don't think so. But anyway. Who is an actor, Anne? Oh, I agree. Yeah, I will tell. Another good piece of advice I would give to people um, would be to try to detox and not to use, not to drink tap water, and definitely not to use fluoride toothpaste. Those two things will make a lot of difference in your life, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you this. I lived with migraines, and usually if I get a headache, and I'm just telling you, if I Lipton detox tea, I hear you. I buy spring water as well, Gloria. Um, Usually, if before I used to, and I don't know that it was because of any place I lived or anything else, but I used to live with a migraine. I haven't had a migraine maybe once since I've been here, but I have given up fluoride toothpaste. I use fluoride-free toothpaste, and you can find it in the store. It costs a little more, but I have not had any more headaches. And I drink spring water. I do not drink tap water. In fact, I don't even like whenever I make like a cup of hot chocolate. I even use B12 spray up your nose, Renee. Huh. I have, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but this is what I have. I've never seen a B12 spray, Gloria, but I haven't had, I take that. I haven't had for B12. It's just a liquid, and I don't want to put that up my nose. Charcoal toothpaste. Now, I haven't never tried charcoal toothpaste, and I don't know where you would find charcoal toothpaste. Is it in the same place that you get the regular um, fluoride-free toothpaste, Barry? Amazon? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't, and Mark said on Amazon too. Well, obviously, you guys use the charcoal free toothpaste. I haven't never used it. I just buy, I can't even remember what brand it is. But I just get the, and that's what I use is it's just fluoride free. And every now and then, and when I'm out, I will use a combination of baking soda um, and to brush my teeth with just some straight baking soda. Doesn't taste very good, but um, it's better than putting Tom's Natural. I do use Tom's Natural. I use that one, and there's another one that I use, and I cannot think of what the brand, but Tom's Natural is another is one of the brands that I use. Gloria. And you do try CBD lotion. I haven't never used CBD lotion. And you haven't had one since graduating from nursing school? And you had to commute? Yeah, exactly. And it's like bright lights. You don't want to have no lights. You want to lay down and nauseous and everything. In fact, I have like so much Imitrex, it's not even funny. And I have preventative. Now the preventative would help cut down on my migraines. But I didn't like taking the preventative because when I take the preventative stuff, I would be so, it would knock me out that if the house was on fire, I wasn't going to wake up. And I don't like sleeping that hard, especially with the children. So I haven't taken a preventative for my migraines in forever. But I haven't needed it either, knock on wood. And giving God all the glory and praises too, but baking soda and peroxide, yeah, and that is a good one too. And that's what I said. And if you cut fluoride out of your life as much as possible, I mean, I think that that helps. Anytime you can cut one of these coconut oil and baking soda, for toothpaste, yeah, anything like that. It just, awesome recipes. You dreaded getting the Imitrex. Yeah, and the Imitrex never worked. I always had to take 2. They can up your Imitrex. And there's another. Now I will tell you, and I cannot think of the name of it because when I used to get them real bad, I started off on Imitrex but got immune to it because I was taking Imitrex like it was candy. And they gave me something, and I cannot remember what it was, man. And it worked wonderful. But when I ran out, I could not ever think of that stuff to tell the next doctor. And we had moved from Missouri to Alabama. You had migraines after your baby was born. Oh, I am so sorry, Gloria. That is horrible, honey. I am sorry. Oh man, I could not imagine. Because I didn't have I've had migraines for a long time, but I didn't have them when I had babies, and that would have been horrible. CO Caudimal? I don't know. Yeah, the baking soda and peroxide definitely helps brighten them, that's for sure. Maybe shot and pill. See, I don't know if that's what it was. It was a pill that I had, and it was wonderful. And I'm telling you, the best stuff I ever took for a migraine, and it would get rid of it like that. But I haven't ever. I had it just that one time. I get migraines from. Oh, I'm sure you do, sweet Jenna. Most definitely. Codeine. Yeah. bless your heart. I bet. Not if you're on your hands and knees. That would be horrible. Wow. I couldn't do it, guys. I'm sorry. I just couldn't. It was. I know. Dadgummit. Oil pulling. Yeah. Oh, goodness sakes. If you get any kind of infection, abscess or anything, oil pulling, uh, put some coconut oil and do a swish. I think it's like 5 minutes on each side or something. It works really wonders. It works awesome. Rice water is great for washing your hair. I did not know that about the rice water. I've heard rice water is good for a lot of things, though. Things you wouldn't think about. I know my grandson, he's got EOE, which a lot of people don't. I can't even say what it is. It's this long disease, long name to do with your esophagus. It's the cephalocyls or something like that. Anyway, he was put on oh goodness sakes, like six or eight food groups that he couldn't have, and rice milk was the only thing. He it's not the greatest thing, but it's not the worst thing either. And he'll we were giving him almond milk because they said he could have almond milk and he couldn't have dairy. Well, we found out that he was allergic to almonds when he went to the allergist. And so we were actually making him, that was part of the reason I think he was getting so sick. It's because we were giving him something he was allergic to and didn't know it. But it was a process of elimination. See, you never know. Especially when I'm not doing the headlines and it's more of a special like tonight was on the cyber attacks, because like I said, really just I guess extremely intrigued, I guess you could say, about the whole thing, just because it just, so much going on in all these states and cities and everything here lately. Coconut oil, push it through and pull it through your teeth, and it's called pulling. Coconut cleans, brightens, and fights bacteria. It does. It does. It does. It's also good for you if you need your hair conditioned. It's also good for your hair. You can also make deodorant with coconut oil. Coconut oil, baking soda, cornstarch, I think, are the ingredients you need for deodorant. Yeah, and I just saw your comment. You use baking soda and coconut oil for your deodorant. There you go. I put a little cornstarch in it, but yeah, well, how they make it is pretty cool. My grandson, of course, he wants to know how everything's done, and we actually saw the video, and they basically, grind them up and boil it and all this, and then strain it. It was pretty cool. But yeah, almond milk is not bad, I guess. I've had worse things I can think of. My grandson likes the almond milk. He was really upset that he couldn't have almond milk anymore. And he's back on not having any more dairy as well, which is kind of crazy. Your baby was allergic to dairy and any formulas except soy milk for 6 weeks. She was projectile vomiting. I hear ya. Yeah, all of my babies were allergic to formula. Um, we had we had a time, and one of them was even allergic to the soy. I can't even remember what we ended up. Um, what did we end up on? most every one of my kids ended up on Prosobi. We had, and the doctor wanted Josh went on Prosobi, but we think that and it is, but you got to do what you can do to get them to keep the food down. He was working all day and clean. I bet. I figured that they could crush it. Yeah, no, you have to boil it. It was boiled. And then they, Neo's meal. Mine was on Prosobi, except for Josh. He had such a spat that they put him on this stuff called Augmentin, and that's some pretty pricey formula. And he was on it for about a month, and then he got winged off of it, and he had to do some kind of Pedialyte thingy for like 24 hours, and then we put him on Prosobi, and then he was able to do it. But at first he couldn't stomach the Prosobi either. I think it was Prosobi, something like that. Your son used Prosobi? See? Yeah. And me, I had to have, I think, goat's milk when I was little. I think that's what my mom said. I was allergic as well. And all my kids were. Yep, indeed. And then my poor grandson, he's got dairy sensitive issue. I'm not sensitive to dairy though now, so it's kind of weird. Wow. Whew. Your son drank milk too, or drank soy milk. You was a teen mom, so you didn't know better. I hear you. Well, I tried to breastfeed with my first one, and I felt weird. And then with my second one, I tried. I just wasn't producing. Sorry, how did we go from one thing to that? Sorry, Barry. Good night, honey. Oh, goodness sakes. We're just going to lose everybody. I didn't produce enough. So, anyway. Your oldest son made an allergic to lemon. Made you allergic to lemon. Oh. I'm sorry, Mark. We'll get off that subject. You could have fed 6 babies. I bet some people can. My mom, she still had milk in her. My brother was, I don't know, 6 or 7, and she still had milk and, didn't have anything. I'm sorry. I hear you. I'm sorry, guys. Truly I am. Truly, truly. I know. Mark says, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about blowing things up, right, Mark? Or, I don't know, what else we could talk about. We are getting delirious. Ignore us. Yeah, that's it. And when you start talking about off-the-wall things, I think we've covered just about everything. Just about everything we've talked about tonight, Josh. It's been a crazy night. It's been an interesting. I don't know if you've gotten to hear all of this tonight, but it's been pretty interesting. We started on Cyberattacks, and now we've gotten so far off subject of, you know how we do though. In fact, life. Do you have any kids, Mark? Just asking. You've been working, listening, so you've heard it all. Well, you know that we've had some good conversation, MG. You have 2 boys. That's cool. Cool. See, you can sort of relate, maybe. Maybe not all the way relate, but you can sort of relate. Oh, mercy. Oh. Just curious if we've had any earthquakes lately. Nope. Nothing updated anyway. Okay, if you were meant to suckle the breast 14 billion, only your brothers would be huge. That would be true. That would be true. Very true, Donnie. Very, very, very true. From Cyberattacks to breastfeeding. I'm sorry, Mark. Hey, we've covered we've covered it all though, because we've even talked about we've even talked politics, the the package bombs and everything else in between. Goat's milk has closer DNA to human. Yeah, I think I was on goat's milk. I'm not sure. Cow milk has. Ugh, that's gross. Has blood in it. Now, I like milk. Now you're gonna make me not want to drink milk ever again. Sometimes I have to though, because my tummy is the only thing that calms it down sometimes. But, that's gross. Gross, gross, gross. But Shannon, we started on cybers. I had a very lengthy. I had quite a few pages, and we've covered all of them. And we did discover, a few interesting facts tonight. You're back. Okay, we're not talking about the other thing. Okay, we're on a different subject. We were highlighting. We were highlighting the situation of earlier that we were talking about cyber attacks. Yeah, and we forgot, and we've talked about mosquitoes and the farting mosquito bomb, the real bombs, and toothpaste. Yep. And we were talking about if you have migraines, just saying that if you cut out fluoride and don't drink tap water, it might help. Oh gosh, that is pretty gross, girl. Oh, I believe you, Anne. I mean, goodness sakes, that is pretty gross. I love you, sweet Jenna. You saved yourself, Barry. And drink a half a teaspoon of baking soda and warm water. Huh. It's like Alka-Seltz. It alkalizes. Cool. And I will try that next time. A half a teaspoon of baking soda. This is when the men head outside to the garage reports. Right? But we're talking about heartburn. Because but I think I'm not going to drink no more milk. Just saying. I won't tell nobody else that, but yeah. Yeah, it's a natural antacid. That's pretty cool. And I do have all those soft chew thingies, and they help sometimes, but not all the time. Not for you yet. You're still going to drink your milk. Is that what you're saying, MG? He says he's not scared off by all this talk. We didn't scare off Mark. And weight loss. Have we discussed weight loss, guys? Do we want to touch that subject? We probably should. Oh, you was responding to Sweet Jenna. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You will not give up your cheese or ice cream. See, I don't blame you. I have seen how they make cheese. And believe it or not, I know how they make blue cheese, and I still eat blue cheese. My husband is not fond of blue cheese, but he'll eat it. Sludge from all the plastic in the back. That's gross. Ugh. You gave him Hershey syrup in his lactated milk. Huh. Not drink plain milk. You should only eat the ice cream and not drink plain milk. There you go. That's a good one. If milk goes bad before you drink all your milks. Sprinkle a little salt in the milk. We'll keep it from spawning. Huh. Now that's a good one. I didn't know that one. So in case y'all didn't hear that, Gloria says to keep your milk from expiring quicker, you put a little salt in it. Just say no to blue cheese. I like blue cheese. I don't eat it all the time, but I mean, I do like blue cheese. I love blue cheese. I like blue cheese dressing. I like blue cheese. I like any kind of crumbles. You use use your ice cream for coffee cream. That's pretty cool. You like blue cheese chunks too? Mm-hmm. Yep, indeed. Do not eat green cheese. Hey, blue cheese is actually kind of green, but I eat it, and I don't care. It tastes yummy. A real silver spoon and milk and it won't turn bad. Huh. Wow. See, you guys, we are getting lots of great info here tonight. We've been investigators, investigating some crazy stuff, or trying to anyway. Can't say we're true investigators, but we give it heck. You asked your daughter the name of the migraine pill. It's called Cyberattacks. Now see, I have that, but I think that's Imitrex. I'm pretty sure. That's a form of Imitrex, I think. Blue cheese and all the mosquitoes will be dead. Ha ha ha. I love my blue cheese. The silver iron kills the bacteria. That was pretty cool. They did the spoon thing or the salt thing or both. Well, ice cream, egg, cocoa mix. That sounds yummy. Sweet Jenna. It does indeed. But you cannot buy. Oh, mercy, no. Not right now. Not with all this stuff going on with all the lettuce and E. coli. No, no, no. I wouldn't buy any lettuce. Because it seems like that's been the number one contaminant right now. And, you know, I think it's because it's like the most porous. She's doing better since. Wow. Well, that is cool. I am so glad. And maybe after she's on that stuff, Romaine is fine again. You had to deal with that recall. Yeah, but after you have so many recalls, you kind of leery, MG. But maybe after she gets enough of that medicine, you think that might help her seizure scan? It could. Maybe. No, hysteria actually comes from the soul. Yeah, it was hysteria, and it was hysteria, wasn't it? I thought it was E. coli. I just know it was something. It was something. I don't want to eat it. Oh, I'm sure you are, because that is listeria. Yeah. Because that is your job, is produce. Aren't you the manager of produce or something like that? You are the man with the produce connection. That is for sure. I would not want to. I just can't do lettuce right now. My mom loves lettuce. I don't think you could tell her anything about lettuce, and she wouldn't give it up. It wouldn't matter. The assistant director manager of produce. Yeah. Okay. The assistant. Okay, excuse me. I thought you was the manager, but you're the assistant. But that's good enough. You don't want to be the guy. The guy gets in more trouble. Yeah. It's been 2 months and she's been on the shots. Seizures are from the traumatic brain injury. Aww. Well, we'll continue to pray for her, Scan. I'm so sorry to hear that, honey. And refrigeration. Oh, really? That's crazy. I hear you on that one, MG. I've been the boss. I don't like being the boss. I mean, I don't like working under someone when I know more than they do, but I don't like being the boss for many reasons. Too much drama. Is it safe to eat lettuce in Cali yet? That's what MG's saying. He's saying that it is safe. MG lives in Cali too, Anne. Goodness sakes, goodness. You can't never get a break, Scan. Especially with that insurance company. I thought you had all that stuff situated, girl. It seems like it's been an ongoing thing. I will definitely pray for you, sweet Jenna. Dear Heavenly Father, I come to you and I just ask that you lift up sweet Jenna right now. Take away that pain that she is having on her left side or right side. And I also pray that you will ease Mark's tension, Father God, and you will relieve all his anxieties and the PTSD. Get that under control, Father God, and heal his mind, heart, body, and spirit. In Yeshua's mighty name, amen. Popeye sandwiches. Romaine from Yuma is Arizona in Imperial Valley. Just Romaine from Salinas, California. Okay. No, we didn't talk about the mercury spill. Where did the mercury spill happen? Let's see. Let me see if I can get an article, sweetheart, and we will talk about it. Mercury spill in Houston? Is that where it happened? Oh, wow. It says the police are exploring. Okay, so there's an article that was 12 hours ago, and there's one that was 5 hours ago. But let's see. I don't know if I can get this one or not. Oh my goodness sakes, that's ridiculous, Scan. That is insane. Wow. That is insane. Okay, so listen here, guys. I do have it's I'm gonna say it's a breaking story because it happened yesterday though. This is the 16th, but according to this was updated at 9:56, and it says that the police explore a possible criminal origin of mercury exposure in West Houston. It says Houston police are investigating the origins of a small amount of mercury found Sunday near 3 businesses off West Sam Houston Tollway, where firefighters decontaminated up to 60 people as a precaution, officials said. Exposure to the mercury, a heavy silvery metal that maintains a liquid form at normal temperatures, can be dangerous when ingested or inhaled. However, officials with Houston Health Department said that the mercury found Sunday posed an extremely low risk to the public because trace amounts were found on the ground outside. A pregnant woman was the only person hospitalized during the cleanup, according to the Houston Fire Chief, Sam Pena, and he added that no one else was at risk outside the contaminated area. Anybody who was processed through the decontamination corridor. Did so as precaution. Pena said if they had it on their shoes or lower part of their pants, we did that as a precaution before we let people out of the zones where we were discovered the material. An unidentified concerned citizen who works in the chemical industry reported a white silvery substance on the ground at 11:15 a.m. in the 10700 block of Westview near the Parkway. Firefighters responded and found the chemical outside nearby Walmart Sonic Drive and the Shell gas station. It's unclear how long the mercury had been on the ground or how it even got there, said Houston Police Assistant Chief Matt Sinklard. He said the police investigation will focus on whether the exposure was intentional or accidental. Slinkard said the investigations are following up on two potential leads, a burglary at the business or warehouse near the explosion site and a man at a county hospital who on Saturday night or Sunday morning reported mercury exposure. If the exposure does not prove to be intentional, the FBI will head up a criminal investigation, Slinkard said. Rest assured, we're taking this very seriously, he said, adding, we're going to be very careful and sensitive about the information we have tonight or the potential leads. We're not going to give detailed information because we don't want to jeopardize the potential investigation if it does turn out to be a criminal act. That's pretty crazy, guys. The discovery of the chemical prompted a massive response from Houston firefighters and police. At least 4 engines and about 30 police officers were on the scene. Firefighters put 30 to 60 people into precautionary decontamination protocol, which involved rinsing them off and asking them to remove their shoes and clothing. The people were given temporary clothing before they left the area. Well, I would hope that they wouldn't let them go without clothes. I mean, that's crazy. Patty and Rocky Girk had been eating at the Sonic Drive-In when officials closed down the establishment and warned them about the mercury. The Girks said that they didn't see anything outside, but investigators asked them to take the decontamination showers. They suited up and began marching home with their possessions in a plastic hazmat bag, abandoning their car outside the restaurant. Our levels are at 0, Patty Girk said, as the family walked down Westview Drive back to their home. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty serious. And we missed that one today, guys, and I sure did. Freak out. Yeah, and they left their car. Crazy stuff there, huh? Okay. Bye, sweetheart. We'll see you later, Mark. You have a helper coming. Okay. We'll see you later too, Gloria. Yeah, it said walked home. Insane stuff there. That's pretty crazy there, I would say. It's been fun, that's for sure. It's been a different kind of night. Never really kind of done this. Night, everybody. Oh, you were so welcome. We've just been on a roll with all the laughs. But thank you, Shannon, for that. The first report was large amount, and then the police changed it. Well, of course, because they don't want to spread panic, I would say. But again, we'll do it again, Gloria. It's been fun. It really has. When another story gets on my brain, and I just can't let it go, I will. Night, Barry. But yeah, I love spending time with you too, sweet Jenna. It's been fun. It has. Like I said, I know cyber attacks probably don't interest everybody, and but it's just been something that's really been on my heart and mind since all of this started with the Maryland situation. Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. I have no clue, but apparently I guess they approached them. Time flies when you're having fun. That's all I can say. You got to listen while you were there. You go. And it's been a very interesting. We've covered all kinds of topics, so it hasn't been dull. That's for sure. That is for sure. And we've all learned something new, just about every one of us tonight, I think. It does. Exactly, Joey. I agree with you there. Yeah, because I mean, but that's kind of weird, you know. Mercury and the effect. Your longest is 8 hours. Well, now we've done 12-hour streams, but they were for Bible. I've done a couple of 12 hours, and I probably need to do another 12-hour stream for the Bible here before too much longer. I haven't done one this month. Yeah, and the USGS. Yeah, and we've um, been trying to cover just a little bit of everything, just about. Yes, yes. Thank you, Shannon. It's like 3:40 here. It's almost 4. The sun's not coming up yet here. We still got a couple of hours, girl, but I don't think I'll be here that much longer. But we'll see. We'll see. As long as we got stuff to talk about, I'll chat all night. You're going to go too? All right, Joey. Well, it's been a pleasure. It has been fun. And it's definitely been interesting. And I will remember the baking soda tip. Thank you for the heartburn. Looks like our little session is just dwindling away, guys. You were glad you're here. Oh, that's cool. I'm really glad you was too. Like I said, I will not forget that tip. I know. I know. Maybe we should. You hang out. It's 1:40. Everybody's leaving us. I know, Ann. Everybody is leaving us. They're all like, oh, it's too late. We've got to get some kind of sleep. Day just started for you. I know, MG. I feel sorry for you, babe. You have to work, work, work. And I'm sure that these streams help make the time go by better, even if you can't really participate all the time talking. You can at least hear us rattle on about whatever we're talking about. Yes, very true, Anne. Yeah, and you always know when I haven't had much sleep, because I do. My eyes get all puffy, and whew, it's not good, guys. It's not. Well, as long as you get the job done, that's all that matters, MG. I mean, on a serious note, I'll tell you, I think I'm pretty good multitasker. You start the days early at 3:40 here. Yeah, it's 3:40 here too. It is, it is, it is. You get up early, Shannon, if you're just getting up. We haven't gone to bed yet. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, we haven't gone to bed yet. And and it all started off because of cyber attacks. It just didn't sit well with me. All these cyber attacks, and it's been going on in my head. And Team No Sleep. Aha, that's us here. Team No Sleep. MG works, so he's always on Team No Sleep. For sure, for sure. MG is so busy. He's a workaholic. He works and works and works. That I don't think I know too many young kids. You slept 2 hours last night. Aw, you need to get you more rest, bud. Goodness sakes, you can't live on 2 hours. I mean, I know some people do, but it's not good for your heart or the rest of your body, for that matter. Nope, you got to get more than 2 hours sleep. That is for sure. Wow, that's good. That's awesome. Well, maybe you're gonna do. Okay, that'll work. I know exactly. That's how I am. I have to. I have to. I can get by with 4 hours, but I better get 5, because if not, I am snapping. Snapping lady, snapping. Sassy don't have nothing on snapping lady. Let me tell you. And yeah, I'm an ugly woman. And I don't like to be ugly. I'm telling you, I do not like to be like that. And I will appreciate that video. And you don't drink coffee either. I don't drink a lot of coffee, but I do have coffee every now and then. You was surprised with finding me on. Oh yeah, no. Every now and then I'll do a. It's not a whole lot of times now, Shannon, but every now and then I'll do a late night. Not a whole lot. Usually, when I do my late nights, it's because the great informer is going to call in, but he wasn't on tonight. But that wasn't why I was doing the late night tonight. Was because of the cyber attacks. I wanted to really check them out. I'm going to look at Anne's cyber attack a video, and she's going to link it into the comments. And so I am looking forward to or for breaking news. Yeah. Now I will go live if there's breaking news, like earthquakes and things of that nature. Yep, all night long. I have my apps that they go off. I get up. Or if my husband will wake me up if he hears something going off. Because he did wake me up the one morning and told me, "You're missing breaking news." And it had been happening for like 30 minutes by the time he finally woke me up. But you go figure, you know? Mm-hmm. But thank you so much, Shannon, for that story, though. That is pretty alarming. Now you have to worry about mercury. I mean, I don't think it's probably going to be, I wouldn't think it'd be widespread, but you never know. You never know. And who knows? I mean, where would they get it? You can't just get mercury anywhere these days, can you? I mean, I don't even think they make thermometers with mercury in them anymore. I mean, I know that you used to could get, you know, they had those mercury thermometers, and there was a small amount in them. But I don't even think did they go fishing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, significant amounts are impossible to get. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, so, and for you, I mean, if you think of fish and thermometers, right? I hear you. Well, if it was if it was an amount that was in a thermometer, no one would. I mean, how would you spot that on the ground? And I don't think they would have closed it all down. They would have done all that for that small of an amount. But I don't know. You know, maybe they would do it for any amount. Who knows? Not I. I'm not quite sure what the protocol is on that. Do you, Anne, since you're a nurse? Do you know how you know what kind of reaction you would have if it was just a, you know, like, I know you know the thermometers I'm talking about that had the little bit in the tip of it. Would they call in 30 and 40 firefighters for that if they spotted that small of amount? Why did everybody used to scare us about a thermometer, but turned around? Okay. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, and there's mercury in fish and what, tuna, isn't it? a small amount, and probably all fish, but I know there's mercury in tuna, I'm pretty sure. That's why they tell you not to eat a lot of tuna. Yeah, some have more than others, yeah. Um, Tuna is one of the ones I can think of that has the most mercury in it, I think. Yeah, where did it spill from? That's what I'm saying. And how much of it would constitute that much of a response, I mean, if it would be just a thermometer amount, would you get that big of a response? I'm just curious. I mean, but like I said, I don't think you can even get a thermometer that has mercury in it anywhere. And if you can, I wouldn't know where. I haven't seen a mercury thermometer in forever. We all have the digital because, of course, once you get all these warnings and stuff. You think the hazmat team was drilling, but the news caught them doing it? You think the hazmat team was drilling, but the news caught them doing it? You thought the hazmat team did it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, extremely weird. And I kind of know exactly where it, like having a fake drill, right? I gotcha. I don't know. It's kind of unusual. Very unusual. I never heard of anything. And I mean, just curious if there's been any other kind of craziness. Let's see. The sad thing is, and this is, unless it's something big, Fox News never, ever, ever gives you a story past midnight. Unless it's huge. And it better be, I'm telling you, I've very rarely have seen them have somebody on staff that puts out anything after 11 o'clock at night. Every now and then you'll get an 11 o'clock story break, but it's a rarity. I can't even remember what it was, but it was something that was really big. And CNN was reporting it. CNN was reporting it. Some local stations were reporting it, but Fox News didn't report it till the next day. Raiders leave Oakland, so they're not going to be the Oakland Raiders anymore, MG? I just saw that thing that they say garbage goodbye or some crap up here on. Whatever. Some people are so silly. Oh my goodness sakes. Um, hmm. I got a couple of stories to share real quick. Okay. We have a Texas mom and a 2-week-old girl vanish. Baby's father is pleading for their return. The little baby doesn't look very old. Mercy. Look at that cute little girl. 2 weeks old. Wow. Oh my goodness sakes. How did I get this stupid ad? Anyway, we'll try this again. I clicked on an ad. Can you believe that? They went to Vegas or whatever. I don't know. I think it's a pretty serious article here. It says police are searching for a Texas mom and her 2-week-old daughter who vanished this past Thursday as the baby's father pleaded for their safe return. And I hope this is not one of those murder situations, and he's just trying to throw it off. I've seen so many things that you think, oh no, it couldn't be that way, and then it turns out to be that way, and it's just sad. It says Heidi Brauzert and her daughter Margot Carey vanished from their home near West William Cannon and South First Street in Austin after Brauzert dropped her son off at Cowan Elementary School in the morning, police said in a news release. Investigators said they believe the pair returned home. Shane Carey, the baby's father, and Brauzert's fiance told KVUE her vehicle and belongings were still at the home, and there were no signs of a struggle. Friends of Brauzert's told Fox News she's a great mom, but police had no leads or suspects so far. Shane told the news outlet he received a phone call from his son's school when the browser didn't return to pick him up at the end of the day. She's an amazing person, Shane Carey said. She's amazing support, friends behind her. She's so personable, one of the best friends I've ever met, so kind, and she does anything for her kids. One of the best moms. He continued, if you see an awesome mom with the baby walking around or in a suspicious van or car or anything, please just somebody call. The couple, who have been together for nearly 10 years, were also raising Carrie's older child from a previous marriage. Brauzert, 33, was last seen wearing a purple long sleeve top, according to the photo released by the Austin Police Department, taken around 7:50 a.m. when she was leaving the school. Now, I wonder if she knew that that photo was taken. I mean, unless they have do they have cameras like that at the schools now? Where they take your picture? Yeah. Brauzert is 5'3", weighs 150. She has long dark hair with highlights. Carrie is a newborn who weighs 7 pounds and 7 ounces, and she's 22 inches long. That is just so sad, guys. So sad. Yeah, because it looked like it wasn't like, her taking the picture. So, that's crazy. And see, I still don't see the story that I just looked up about the Houston Mercury even on Fox right now, because I swear they don't have 24-hour writers. I guess, I don't know. With all the school shootings, I'm sure they've got cameras everywhere. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I would say that they probably do too. It says an Indiana man who wound up behind bars after deputies responded to his accidental 911 call, investigators said. Aaron Allman, 48, of Columbus, ended up getting locked up up on an outstanding warrant Friday night after he called the Bartholomew County Sheriff's office emergency number by mistake. Oh, mercy. Thank you, Mr. Allman, for giving us a call to pick you up, Sheriff Matt Myers wrote in a Facebook post Saturday. Doesn't get any better than this. Lock your cell phone up when you're not using it. Myers said after he made the 911 call, Allman told dispatchers he called accidentally and that everything was fine. No one needed to respond. Deputies responded anyway. They were able to confirm that Allman had a warrant for his arrest. Myers said the deputies gave Allman a ride to Bartholomew jail. That's funny. Not funny, but funny. But yeah, I'm still looking. I'm just trying to see if I could find that story about the Mercury, and I'm not seeing it. But Fox News doesn't always report everything either, guys. That's for sure. Oh my goodness sakes. There supposedly was a body found inside a portable toilet near Baltimore Ravens Stadium, police say. That would be scary. Body found inside the portable toilet near the Baltimore Ravens Stadium, police say. Oh, it's a body turned up inside the porta potty outside the Ravens Stadium on Sunday, police said. Police were called to the LG3 outside the M&T Bank Stadium at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time, where they found the unidentified person inside the facility dead. Baltimore Sun reported. The police crew said that it took the body of the office to the state medical examiner for an autopsy for the cause of death. It's unclear how long the person was inside the porta potty. The Ravens did not have a game scheduled Sunday. The team took on the New York Jets this past Thursday night at the M&T Bank Stadium. It was the second time this year that a person has died in a porta potty outside the M&T Bank Stadium in the cold, the Sun reported. Temperatures between Thursday night and Sunday afternoon ranged from 29 degrees to 51 degrees. Baltimore won Thursday night games to the Jets. The team has one more regular season at the Baltimore takes on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think I would want to be using the porta potty outside the Baltimore Ravens Stadium. Just saying, guys. That's crazy. They died in a porta potty. Yeah. What a way to go out. Yeah, not one of the places you want to go, that's for sure, to begin with. And then to die in it, horrible. And to have 2 deaths in the bathroom. Now, I understand natural causes and things of that nature, but crazy stuff there. Well, I didn't see anything on there for that story, which, like I said, doesn't surprise me none. It really doesn't, guys. You need a rehabilitation. We already know that. There doesn't seem to be anything breaking, guys, which is kind of strange. Usually there's always something happen, but you know, toxic fumes. Well, I can imagine, but strong enough to kill. I mean, if it's that strong, my goodness sakes, then it's going to be the stadium's fault. You know, I mean, to have it methane gas from chili dogs, ha ha. I mean, if it's that strong, then the stadium would be at fault. I would definitely dare say. That's just gross. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, I hear you. Tooting poodles. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Take it a second, but nothing to see here, folks. What's going on? Yeah. We're all silent, LOI. Probably so. Please have what they. Exactly. That's too funny, guys. Y'all are silly. Let's see. What do you guys think about the third election in Israel? Is that just not insane? I think at some point in time they need to forget about all this one government thing or whatever. Oh my goodness, really? For Netanyahu? Yeah, they're having a third election in Israel because they can't come up with a one government system or something is what they're trying to do over there. And they can't come up with something, so they will, go figure, I don't know, vote again. Now get this. This is from the Times of Israel. I'm sure probably another article is, there's probably someone else has written this article, but this is written by Deidre Loris at 9:40 a.m. Israel time. It says today at 9:40 a.m., right? So it says, listen to this. And you would think that and if I was the president, just knowing what I know that, has transpired with what the FBI and them did to, and, other agencies did to our president, I would think that it would be more so of a reverse, that people would be talking about the president would have distrust for them. But according to this U.S. Article, well, it's from the Times of Israel, but it reads, the U.S. intelligence agency distrusts the unpredictable Trump. Really? Well, considering they've done everything 20 different ways to, throw the book at him, to get rid of him, whatever, they really have the nerve, the audacity to say the unpredictable president? Really? They distrust him? Current and former officials say Trump doesn't know how to process information and relies heavily on partisan cable news sources for information. Donald Trump's relation with his own intelligence services has never been so fraught. The U.S. president doesn't listen to his spy chiefs, doesn't seem to rank his sources, and makes snap decisions without giving them any warning. The two sides have clashed repeatedly, including in May when as a part of efforts to defend himself against the collusion accusations, Trump agreed that the files on the investigation into the Russian election meddling in 2016 could be declassified. A few weeks later, Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats announced he would step down as head of the 17 agencies that make up the intelligence community. Trump proposed as Coats' replacement John Ratcliffe, a member of the Congress known as repeating conspiracy theories on Fox News. Under withering criticism, Ratcliffe withdrew his nomination, but the president passed over Coates' deputy Sue Gordon, who was in line to serve as acting director. Gordon, who spent a quarter of a century in the CIA, told the Women's Foreign Policy Group this month that Trump was the first president, in my experience, that had no foundation or framework to understand what the limits of intelligence are, what the purpose of it was, and the way that we discussed it. Well, obviously, if you are part of the problem with all of the stuff that has happened and the things that they have done to my poor president, I believe that the president has every right not to engage with the same sort of rhetoric and the same type of people that are already in play. Why would you want to continue that same process? I wouldn't. Just saying. If the Russians melted, Trump would have won. Yeah, right. I know, right? Crazy stuff. Um, Gordon, who spent a quarter, yeah, we read that already. She said Trump's typical response in his briefings was, "I don't think that's true." Her experience was born out by a former CIA analyst who now works at the prestigious institution in Washington. When I was in the CIA, the big thing to do was to get an article in the Presidential Daily Brief. It was always a big thing. That was gold, professionally speaking, he said. The former analyst who served under both George W. Bush and Barack Obama added that I knew that both of them took the thing extremely seriously. Now I really get an impression that whatever is presented to Trump, he doesn't care about. He really gets his briefing from Fox and Friends, one of his favorite TV shows. My God. You cannot make stuff up, guys. You just can't. Still, Mike Pompeo, the current Secretary of State, was Trump's first CIA director. He became a central figure in the administration and regularly visited the White House for briefings, which Trump appreciated. But the president counts the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which opened the Russian inquiry into the 2016 electoral interference among his adversaries. Last week, Trump suggested that the FBI director, whom he appointed, Christopher Wray, will never be able to fix the badly broken agency. The disdain has its effect. At the end of 2018, Defense Secretary Jim Mattis resigned over Trump's plan to pull troops from Syria. While Trump called the battle-hardened ex-Marine General Mattis the world's most overrated general, it was the entire intelligence agency and the military services that felt insulted. People are exceptionally frustrated, said Brian Perkins, a former Navy signals analyst who is now the Jamestown Foundation think tank. They are putting forward what they think their bigger concerns are and how to go about things. They're being completely ignored, he said. Many members of the Intelligence Committee have left, he said, alarmed particularly by the frustrations that Mattis confronted on Syria and Afghanistan. The intelligence isn't meant to be objective, but if things are not going to be actually consumed and listened to with an open mind, then what's the point, said Perkins. Yeah, what's the point, right? In January, the president branded his intelligence service naive about the danger posed by Iran. Perhaps intelligence should go back to school, he tweeted, but later assured that he was in agreement with them on major issues. Most recently, Trump abruptly decided in October to pull U.S. forces from the Turkish-Syrian border, leaving Washington Kurdish allies to face off a Turkish offense. The result was total disorder. Aside from torpedoing a major alliance, the U.S. disengagement reinforced the regional position of Washington's strategic rival, Russia. Kurds placed a crucial role in fighting the Islamic State group and tracking down its leaders, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. In the fight against terrorism, information sharing between powers of vital importance, but Trump's outbursts are taking their toll. Well, honey, I cannot imagine. The poor man has gone through all. Hey, Deb, how are you, honey? All the stuff that our president has had to endure, and then, gonna get, I don't know, say, grilled, made out to be the villain from day one, and everything else. It's just sad. I mean, why would he trust the Intelligence Committee? I mean, just why? I don't trust them, and I'm not the president. But after everything that they've done to this poor man, it's ridiculous to think that we would even. My whole thing is, I still disagree with us being there protecting the Saudi oil. I don't think that we need to be there. I think that he needs to do what he said, and he needs to pull the troops out. My opinion, of course, but yeah. And try to, yeah, exactly. They just need to go ahead and just say, okay, he's impeached, and get on with it so we can move on to the Senate. But I just hope that he does not pay attention to the people in the Senate, because I would hate for them to pull a fast one on him. Just saying. It's harder politically to cooperate with the United States, said Daniel Byman, an anti-terrorism expert at Georgetown University in Washington. And Trump is helping make the case that the West is at war with Islam. He said, so those are just some of the ways I think that ignoring advisors is dangerous. As deeply as polarized as the United States moves into an election year, concerns are rising. Yet the intelligence community remains bound by its code of professionalism and a sense of duty to the nation. There's not been one professionalism act that they have done, and they have no sense of duty to this nation whatsoever. And I believe that they have already proven that. Well, let me tell you, let me say, I'm hoping, and this is what I'm hoping that these Democrats will realize that there'll be enough to realize that they will be throwing down their career if they continue with this. And I hear you. But hear me, I'm with you on that, Ann. Okay, we're gonna discuss this, okay? And I want to see what Deb thinks. Deb's saying she doesn't think he's going to be. Okay, well, hear this out. Okay, because there's several ways that this could go. Okay, my hope and prayers are that it gets shelved or tabled, however you want to call it, on Wednesday when they take this vote, because oh goodness sakes, because they won't have enough votes. Okay, that's my hope. Okay, but as you have been seeing, that's what this has all been about. I don't believe that they will continue this charade and not get all the votes. Okay, so I'm hoping and I'm hopeful and praying that it doesn't go any further, that it gets tabled or whatever you want to say it. And oh, she was saying good morning, sweetheart. Yeah, and that's all that this boils down to, is they are afraid he's going to win. And of course, they keep coming up with these phony polls. I'm sorry, but I think if people are not got their eyes open, and you cannot see what happened in the last election, they kept telling you, oh, there's no way he can win, no clear way to that magic number, nothing, no, it wasn't going to happen. But yet he did, right? So much for them fake polls, right? But see, the thing of it is, that saying, if you tell a lie long enough, people begin to believe it. And that's what they keep pushing. That's why they keep pushing the stupid, they're still trying to push the Russia Mueller crap, even after the FISA thing came out. That's what they tried to kind of, veer to. It's not working, people. We know the truth. We know the truth about the phone call. There is no quid pro quo, but of course, they just keep on a trucking with all these lies. Anyway, I think now from all of the information that I have been gathering and listening to, Rudy Giuliani has quite a bit of bombshells. And apparently, from some of the articles that I read, or on Twitter, I'll say, I don't even think it's been articles, it might have been just text or something, that supposedly Lindsey Graham and McCain were in cahoots with Ukraine. So apparently the belief is Lindsey Graham is a bad actor. Now, I will say that if he is, maybe that is why he's all of this. I'm not calling no witnesses, I'm not calling. But at the very beginning, until Giuliani went over to Ukraine, if you remember correctly, they were calling witnesses that they were going to, we'll take care of this in the Senate. We'll call our witnesses. But now all of a sudden, there's no witnesses. They don't want to call any witnesses. So, but Mitch McConnell says that we're going to do whatever the president wants to do. We're going to follow his team, and they've been working with him and all this and that. But what if, what if they persuade the president's team, we're not going to impeach him. Let's not have any witnesses. Let's just go ahead and we're going to do this, this, and this. And then, oh my God, when they take the vote, they impeach him in the Senate. Because this deep cabal crap, it's deep. That's what they keep saying, so voters would stay home. What do you mean? That's what they keep saying. Oh yeah, there's been so much stuff come to light, it's not even funny. But what are you saying? That's what they keep saying, so voters will stay home. And see, and that's exactly why I can't call it either. It's like, but if they do Trump dirty, and which could possibly be the thing that they do, if they do Trump dirty, this nation, I think there will be an uprising like no one, that will be it. That will break the camel. I mean, I would think that would break the camel's back. And we do have to send prayers. That is for sure. We definitely have to pray. And pray like we've never prayed before. I mean, it's truly sad. It is. Yeah, that would get them their civil war, I would say, because I don't see, because ever in all of history, would you have ever thought that a revolution, exactly, ever in all of history, would you have ever imagined seeing the president not have any constitutional rights, to see him be treated in this fashion, to see him being, to see any president being fought in the fashion that any president has ever been fought? No. Oh, most definitely. And, and that there's constantly probably, and the thing that kind of sticks out to me all the time is how, I think it was Brennan told him that there's, what was it, 6 ways to Sunday to that the deep state could get him, or that the intelligence community would get him. Well, I think that they're working really hard at it. Oh yeah, And that's how come they, and you're right about that. That's how come they keep telling everybody, oh, there's no way that he would win, thinking, oh, they'll scare, well, why go waste our vote? Well, yeah, no, you need to show up in numbers. You need to pour out. I think that this will be probably the most turnout ever. I would be shocked if this was not the largest turnout in history. Why didn't they want Obama as president? But we accepted it, but leftists can't do the same. No, they can't. And the sad thing is they're crying. They're saying that their impeachment articles is on obstruction of Congress. And I can't even remember what the other one is, but I mean, give me a break. There is no high crimes and misdemeanors. None whatsoever. He's in the right to do what he did. And there is executive privilege. Well, MG is correct on that. And all I can say is if that does happen, I pray that everybody is truly prepared. Because then the UN will come in, unfortunately. And maybe that's what, yeah, exactly. But maybe that's what they want, And they keep trying to push this. I mean, 1 second it wasn't going to be until until January, and now there's talk of the thing being in 2 weeks or some mess, starting the hearing in 2 weeks, which would be before the end of the year, before New Year's. So I don't know. They keep upping this up, so I don't know what's going on, guys. Well, yeah, we could re-elect Trump. But they're even trying to put that, they were even trying to put that in the articles of impeachment. I heard somewhere, my mom might have told me, someone said that they were trying to put it in the articles of impeachment that he couldn't run again. Because they're that afraid. Is that not crazy? Yeah. And then we have ignorant people in other countries want to say, oh, our president in talking about how the intelligence community doesn't want to how's it worded here? Says Trump can't be. Let's see, what was it? U.S. intelligence agencies distrust the unpredictable president. Well, honey, I believe that he distrusts you. Yeah. And we're going to write a really lengthy article because I was reading every bit of it, but it was making me mad. So we're going to stop on that. Oh, but they have made up laws every step of this way, honey. They have turned the day before they were going to make a vote, they changed a law on it. They changed the stupid whistleblower law. Because never in history has there ever been hearsay admissible. Never, ever, ever. They changed the law so that secondhand information was allotted. That's how they play. And then all the basement dealings, this kangaroo. Are we in Russia? Where we have these hearings in private? You are right to a public trial. And everything they did was underhanded, shady, unconstitutional. But again, as I keep saying, I believe we have no constitution. I can't say that enough. Just about a month ago on C-SPAN, Brennan said something about those same lines. There is a plot. Yeah, exactly, Shannon. Yep, and I will agree with you. Occupy DC. And see, And I was just, I mean, I was hoping that, maybe enough people would go and shut down Washington D.C. on the day of the impeachment hearing or something, and it would make a big enough stand that that they would stop this stupid impeachment stuff. But that ain't gonna happen either. Nobody wants to get out in the cold. Nobody wants to do anything. We're just sitting ducks. So it's like, whatever. We just take every day and pray and trust God has it all. Well, nobody took it seriously, no. But we're treading down, dangerous territory. I hear you, MG. I do. I hear you. I do. But I think that Trump supporters, if they don't get up and do more, and that we won't be supporting nothing. Because if he gets impeached, everything he's done will be undone. And that's pretty much what they want. I mean, I cannot just, you can't, it can't go unnoticed that Obama is still going around, or was still going around, talking to these countries, and and nothing's been done. Oh, there is plenty of military retirees out there, but nobody's doing anything. I mean, it's like the situation that's coming up in Virginia, where they want to take your guns. It's a sad, sad, sad time, guys, to be alive in the United States. Everyone says, oh, it's a great time. Well, I think it's a sad time in our nation. They have destroyed our nation, our Constitution, and I'm really kind of broken spirit about it, to be honest. Yeah, I know. Exactly. You're exactly right, Anne. Mm-hmm. That's exactly. What do you think? Heck no. And the ironic thing is every time you hear, oh, we're going to take from the rich and give to, that is a bunch of propaganda. They are pandering, and people need to wake up. But of course, there's too many. Oh no, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. Well, if he was going to do it, why isn't he shelling out his own money given to the poor? He's not. None of them are. Exactly, Deb. And they are. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're working really hard on it. And then you have all these strange things going on everywhere. Naval bases things, Jersey, goodness sakes, Texas with the Mercury incident. I mean, goodness sakes, lots of stuff happening. And the sad thing is people don't realize, I guess, I think enough people, because there has been, the walk-away movement and the Florida UPS truck, exactly. There has been enough people walk away from the Democratic Party because of all this. So it's woke up some people, but it hasn't woke up enough people. And it's sad because it's like you dangle a carrot, people thinking they're going to get something for nothing, But they need to look at our debt. There is no way you're going to get free health care or free education. There's no way to pay for it. None whatsoever. You cannot continue to grow our government and pay for the. I mean, come on. We just are shut down. Really? How many times have we had shutdowns in the past? I don't know, 4 or 5 years, 6 years, even, for that matter. How many times has the government actually shut down? At least 2 or 3 times I can think of. Because we don't have the money, because they don't want to do this or don't want to do that, or they have to find, and we're not learning anything. We keep going round and round circles. It's the new normal. Yeah, exactly, Deb. Exactly, and they don't understand economics. Period. I don't want to blame it all on Common Core, but I can't help but think that that is aiding to keep them dumbed down. It is what it is. You cannot continue in this fashion. And it is a merry-go-round. It is. Maybe they should have learned some math instead of gender studies. Yeah, maybe. But, we've got to focus more on that than we do math or science or, language for that matter. And it's sad. Mm-hmm. Well, hey, Duke. How are you, darling? Yeah, that's it, MG. We're still rolling and going here, hon. I hope you got you a good nap. Are you getting ready to go to work? DK. Oh, mercy. We're just having this good old chatteroo here. I don't know what you want to call it. Um, and we've talked about everything. We've ran off a couple of men and on other subjects. We didn't mean to, but it happened. It did happen. It is one of them things, Texas can succeed. I don't know. There's been so much, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I would say once upon a time, I would say it was definitely possible. I would have never argued that California couldn't succeed. But I did check into that, and constitutionally, but again, we don't have a constitution, so I would say anybody could succeed. But I will tell you this, and a lot of people didn't catch on, but if you don't remember when Trump first came into office, there was all this big push for the states to kind of govern themselves. He was all about the states govern themselves, and I guess trying to take it out of the federal type thing. But you see what happens when you let the states govern themselves. You remember? Okay, but you see what happens when the states govern themselves. You get red flag laws. You get open bathrooms in Illinois. You get things of that nature. So, and California is what's happening. Exactly. It's, so I think we need law and order and the government to a certain extent, but we need to, I don't know, reconfigure it, I guess. We need to get some people in there knows how to structure and, I don't know, cut out all the pork. Too much spending. And I ain't talking about bacon, because I like my bacon. Oh, and you are rotten. Exactly. That's funny. Hmm. That is funny. But yeah, no, too much stuff. I mean, just, I don't know. State should govern their own. And I agree. The state